Okay, so we have 60 participants connected. Maybe we can start, hoping that more people will join in the coming minutes. So I would first of all like to welcome everyone, starting from the speakers in the first place, but also the audience, to our online seminar on setting the WACC in low interest environment, bridging theory and practice. Before starting the proper part of the seminar, I would very briefly like to introduce. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can, but it's not yet on presentation mode.
Right now it should be, right? So very briefly, I would like to introduce Florence School of Regulation, Communications and Media, which is organizing the seminar in cooperation with ETNO. Florence School of Regulation, Comms and Media is one of the projects at the Robert Schuman Center for Advanced Studies, which is part of the European University Institute. It's a really, truly unique academic place, I think, not only in Europe, but in the world, because we have 600 PhD students and then many other postdoctoral students, professors, and so on. Robert Schuman Center itself is a policy-oriented part of the European University Institute. And we have here two projects, the Florence School of Regulation, Communications and Media, as well as Florence Competition Program. As you can see, we work on issues related to the digital economy and society, electronic communications, internet and media, and of course, competition. And in terms of our activities, we work on policy-related issues. We organize trainings and research. All of this, of course, is policy-oriented in our program. We organize annual trainings, ad hoc trainings, academic conferences, events like this that we have today. And I don't want to lose too much time here, but maybe what I want to mention is that we organize also conference for judges and regulators in electronic communications, and the upcoming edition will be in Brussels. It will take place in May. We also have annual training online. We do ad hoc workshops and trainings for the regulators and different research projects, including one that we've been working on for years right now, which is innovation and IP in the digital age. Another interesting conference that we've been organizing for the last few years is also a conference on postal and delivery economics, and the next edition will take place in May in Rimini. So as you can see, we have policy events, trainings, and research, and the areas we cover are quite vast. So this is it for the introduction of what we do here. And very briefly about the context of this seminar. We are organizing this together with ETNO, as I have said, and why we are focusing on this. I think it's hard to underestimate the importance of the telecommunications sector. We can talk about it in terms of its contribution to the national economies or the economy of the European Union. We can consider it as an essential infrastructure for the digital economy and society. It's relevant for the EU leadership in data, technological sovereignty, but it's also very important for end users. So end users increasingly see telecommunication services as non-discretionary spending item, which means that in times of economic downturns, the consumers look for other things on which to cut their expenses. So if we consider all those things, we really understand that telecommunication infrastructure is very important. And in order to have up-to-date and very modern infrastructure, of course, we need investment. And it is in this context that we are focusing on the WACC topic. Of course, we have a diversity of stakeholders. As you can see from the program, we have people from BEREC, from regulators, from academia, from the private banking sector. And we hope that with this diversity of stakeholders, where we know that opinions are quite different on the topic that we are going to discuss today, we'll create a neutral forum for discussion in order to try to understand what's the best way forward, because we all want to have adequate level of investment in the telecom sector. And if it's true that telecommunications sector has been underperforming in terms of investment it has been attracting over the years, then considering the importance of the sector, we should all be concerned about that. So having said that, I would just like to conclude saying that since our economy and legal institutions are built on scarcity, we have the issue of potential scarcity of capital, so not enough capital, but also scarcity of the most relevant thing that we have, which is time. Since our time is of the essence, I would like now to hand to Marit, who will present ETNO and our keynote speaker, and then we will start with the proper part of the seminar. Thank you very much. Marit.
Thank you very much, Anna, and good morning, everybody, and welcome also from ETNO's side. So those who don't know ETNO is the European Telecommunication and Network Operators Association. We're a trade association based in Brussels and representing the leading telecommunication operators in Europe. And in terms of investment footprint in Europe, I believe we're about a 70% mark at the moment with ETNO members, including both fixed and mobile networks. So, and yes, for this important issue, we have partnered with the Florence School of Regulation, and I very much appreciate this partnership. The issue of WACC, of course, is quite a specific issue, but which from our point of view, nevertheless, plays an important role in the whole regulatory framework that we have in the European Union on telecommunication. And just building on what Anna said earlier about the importance of telecommunication infrastructures, it is also a very important issue at the moment when we look at the policy framework and the political targets that have been recently laid out by the European Commission for the European Union. So talking about the digital decade vision and the targets that we have for connectivity specifically. So with this backdrop on investment and the necessity to invest in very high capacity networks in the coming years, we at ETNO, we have recently, just last week, published 2 studies specifically addressing the hurdles that we're still seeing in the regulatory framework in this regard. We have one study more specifically or looking at the overarching regulatory framework done by Frontier Economics. And for today's session, we have also a second study specifically looking at the WACC issue. And this is a study that ETNO we commissioned to Communication Chambers, a UK-based consultancy. We have a great pleasure today to have 2 of the authors of the study with us here today, so Stephen Howard and Brian Williamson. And the study is called Thinking Beyond the WACC, the Investment Hurdle Rate and the Seesaw Effect. A very interesting study that you can find on ETNO's website if you want to check it out. But without further ado, so I'll hand it over to Stephen Howard, who will give us a presentation on this study, and that will help us then kick off the discussions with the rest of the panel today, this morning, and also then to continue the discussion this afternoon. So with that, I'll hand it over to Stephen, and thanks again for the speakers, and looking forward to the discussion.
Right, hello. So firstly, I should like to thank my hosts from the Florence School of Regulation and from ETNO for organising this event, as well, of course, to you in the audience for your time. Today, I've the opportunity to address what is an extremely important topic. The way in which the cost of capital, or WACC, is estimated is of profound importance to several industries, and few more so than telecoms. At first glance, I accept that this will appear a highly technical topic, and it certainly does possess this dimension. But I think at its heart, what it is actually about is a very important choice, specifically whether or not we want to promote the deployment and the use of the latest generation of telecoms technologies in order to power forwards the continent and its economy. Although I, of course, much regret the fact that we can't all be gathered together in person and must instead rely on video conferencing tools, this very fact inevitably prompts the now commonplace observation that our economies and societies really have become utterly dependent on communications infrastructure to be able to continue to function effectively in the present COVID-19 environment. As many of you will know, in my 25 years or so as a telecoms equity analyst, there was no topic that was closer to my heart than the need to nurture and sustain network investment. So I was delighted when ETNO asked me and my colleague at Communication Chambers, Brian Williamson, to write a report on the topic of how best to estimate the industry's WACC, including how to set the WACC for legacy assets. It's the result of that work in synopsis that I would like to present to you today. What I'm not going to do is to start by diving into the detail on the WACC. That can wait for later. Instead, I'm going to start where I think we should always start, by asking the question, what are we actually setting out to achieve here? Looking beyond the immediate details of the topic in hand, what is it that we are actually trying to get done? What's the fundamental challenge that we're setting out to address? The most profound of the European Commission's telecoms objectives are the ambitious goals it has set for investment in very high capacity networks, or VHCNs by way of abbreviation. The EC's Digital Compass vision for 2030 states the objective that by this date, quote, all EU households should have gigabit connectivity. Meeting targets such as these will demand infrastructure build on a colossal scale, which in turn will require massive private investment as well as public funding in non-commercial areas. The challenge that this build represents is considerable. In part, this is simply a function of the enormous sums of money involved. After all, one of the defining characteristics of the telecom sector is its requirement for prodigious quantities of capital. Transitioning fixed line networks towards fibre to the premise, FTTP, inevitably involves deploying new infrastructure to many millions of locations, while upgrading cellular platforms entails not only considerable spectrum expense, but also work at tens of thousands of base stations. But the challenge also relates to the fact that investors in VHCNs face some particular and unavoidable complexities. Not the least of these is the fact that new infrastructure will coexist with legacy networks and may also face competition from overlapping builds. Generations of technology are likely to operate in parallel, for instance, copper and fibre, and consumers may often have a choice between these. This introduces risk, since the transition between network technologies is uncertain for the old technology in terms of economic asset life and for the new technology in terms of adoption. There are often not only competing networks, but also entry from fresh competitors. Such competition introduces additional uncertainty over and above that arising from parallel legacy and VHCN infrastructure vis-à-vis demand for a given investor's network. Furthermore, whilst inferior in certain respects, wireless has proved good enough for some consumers, even in markets where fibre deployment is advanced, like in New Zealand. And all of this is against a backdrop where the additional willingness to pay for VHCN services is uncertain. After all, part of the purpose of encouraging VCN rollout is to get ahead of demand. Now, in summary, suffice it to say that VHCN investments entail significant market risk. And that's without even yet having got onto the regulatory risks involved. Regulation has a tendency to cap upside investment returns, but cannot provide a hedge against disappointment in terms of demand or revenues. As a consequence, where new network investment is either regulated directly or even must merely compete with other networks that are themselves regulated, then the presence of that regulation introduces an asymmetric risk factor for investors. We also need to consider who is taking these decisions. It is often mistakenly supposed that substantial investment projects such as VHCNs are the decision of management teams alone. In fact, though, no operator can embark on such ambitious programs without the active support and engagement of their own investors. That is to say, those who hold the operator's equity and bonds. Ultimately, it is shareholders who set the constraints within which management must work, both budgetary and strategic. And before anyone criticizes said investors, let's bear in mind that they themselves have a weighty responsibility and must make capital allocation decisions to one sector or region to fulfill their professional, fiduciary, and indeed ethical duty to secure on behalf of their clients, i.e. individual citizens typically saving for their pensions, the best returns available. These investors will be evaluating the prospective returns on telecoms in Europe versus options to invest in other parts of the world and in other sectors. They could direct capital to telecoms, but in another country, in the US, for example, or into a different sector, like tech. Indeed, this is precisely what's been going on. After decades of disappointing returns, equity investors have become innately suspicious of European telecoms and the operators' investment projects. It is in this context that the cost of capital needs to be evaluated. The question today, properly understood, should go well beyond what is the estimated cost of capital on legacy assets as a potential input for setting a price control. This is but one piece of a larger jigsaw puzzle. And just like any other topic in telecoms policy and regulation, we must consider what impact it would have on investment going forwards. Moreover, the ties between one, the WACC estimated on legacy assets, and two, prospects for investment in VHCN infrastructure are close ones. The key factor to bear in mind here is that because legacy networks deliver services that are potential substitutes for those provided over VHCN platforms, the estimated cost of capital utilized in setting legacy price controls is immediately relevant to those trying to evaluate the viability of making VHCN investments. Underestimating the WACC on legacy infrastructure will have the effect of reducing the price of legacy offerings. This will make these legacy services more attractive to customers. In turn, this means that customers will be less inclined to take VHCN offerings, which implies that anyone building a VHCN platform will need to factor into their projections the lower prices that will be required to win over customers to the new infrastructure. This will have the effect of reducing the returns available on what is an already risky endeavor. And the direct consequence of this will simply be that capital is redirected elsewhere and fewer VHCN networks are built in the first place. This concern is especially applicable to new entrants or any operator contemplating expanding its coverage. But the topic is also highly relevant to incumbents when one considers the multi-round game nature of investing, more on which shortly. Furthermore, anything that makes the endeavor riskier has the effect of increasing the hurdle rate that investors will need to see in prospect before supporting VHCN network build. It is important to immediately clarify here that investors' hurdle rates should not be confused with the actual WACC or a regulatory WACC estimate. The hurdle rate of the investor is determined by the investor's perception of the risks and the opportunity to invest later rather than now. This hurdle rate will incorporate a premium to the WACC for legacy assets to reflect risks such as future regulatory intervention capping upsides, and indeed the failure of demand to materialize on the timetable anticipated, for instance, because said demand is happy to continue with discounted copper-based services. So if the legacy WACC is set too low, or if there is any threat of regulatory price controls being applied to the VHCN infrastructure, then the risk associated with VHCN platforms will rise, as will, therefore, the required hurdle rate. All things being equal, a higher hurdle rate will mean less investment. Lowering the legacy WACC therefore introduces what we've termed a seesaw effect in terms of the hurdle rate for new investment. Lower legacy WACC equals higher VHCN hurdle rates equals less VHCN. A further point that should, I hope, be relatively uncontentious is that any underestimate of the WACC will have the effect of reducing the cash flows available to each operator to invest. If and only if signalling factors are ignored, which, to be clear, I think would be highly unrealistic, it might be argued from a purely abstract perspective that this should not in itself impact decisions about future investments. However, there are convincing theoretical, empirical, and pragmatic reasons to believe, as detailed in the academic literature, that reduced cash flows are likely to reduce investment. So while the WACC estimated for legacy infrastructure might at first glance appear an isolated question, in fact, it has a direct bearing on how much VHCN infrastructure Europe sees built. If legacy WACC is underestimated, it runs a very real risk of producing an outcome, less VHCN deployment, that is directly contrary to the thrust of the EC's objectives. Further reinforcing this relationship between legacy WACC and new VHCN build is the nature of investors' expectations. How will their investments of the present be treated in the future? This is a critical question, especially when it is considered that projects such as VHCNs inevitably have lengthy payback periods. There are many sound reasons the telecoms industry should never be confused with a utility, but the most fundamental of them is simply the fact that it undergoes such rapid technology change. Indeed, telecoms can be thought of as joined at the hip to Moore's law. Improvements in processing power and other parallel advances progressively lift bandwidths, which in turn lead not only to improvements in existing services, but also enable the launch of new services altogether. Ensuring that networks benefit from the latest equipment necessitates investment that is not only substantial, but also continuous. One of the reasons the treatment of legacy infrastructure is critical is precisely because, thanks to Moore's law, all telecoms investment is in due course destined to be considered legacy. Obviously, no one can with confidence predict the course of future regulation. However, in the absence of any better guide, the approach that regulation takes today towards legacy investments will be an important steer as to what VHCN investors can anticipate for the longer term. In effect, telecoms investment can be seen as a multi-round game. Investors must commit capital, not even knowing the identity of the future sets of regulators and policymakers who will have a profound role in governing the associated returns. They must ask themselves, in which markets is there reassurance to be had that the regulatory and policy framework recognizes and reflects the multi-round nature of telecoms investment and is therefore more likely to respect the terms and the circumstances under which the capital was originally committed and network investments made. Stated commitments on telecoms policy and regulation do provide some reassurance in this situation. However, the degree of comfort that this can provide is inevitably limited by the fact that future decision makers, with what are liable to be different incentives, especially once capital has been committed, will not be those in the same roles today. In these circumstances, it is the past track record that provides the clearest indication as to which markets are best able to navigate these changing incentives and remain consistent in their regulatory treatment. In short, investors frame future expectations with reference to past experience. The plainest guide to the future regulatory treatment of investments that will in due course inevitably become legacy is the treatment of previous generations of network deployment. In other words, the regulation of legacy assets is of profound importance to investors evaluating future capital commitments. Consequently, the regulatory treatment of legacy assets provides regulators with a powerful signaling tool to encourage or discourage projects like VHCN deployment. Yet the controversy that has arisen over legacy asset WACC estimates indicates that the current regulatory environment is not yet fully aligned with the need to support investment. As currently set out, the figures in the BEREC WACC report imply cost of capital estimates that give the impression telecoms is being treated as a single round game, wherein the treatment of legacy assets is of diminished significance precisely because they are legacy. This ignores the dynamic nature of the system that has just been described. So how can we encourage VHCN investment? Plainly, the crucial factor here is investor expectations. Investors will commit if they can anticipate an attractive return. But what appropriate policy and regulation can do is shape those expectations, and in so doing, potentially promote or inhibit VHCN rollout. And it's important to bear in mind the extent of the challenge involved in this deployment. The difficulties and complexities of investing at pace and at scale in VHCNs is not to be considered as merely incremental, but is instead better seen as a step change from the progressive upgrade of legacy infrastructure to its full-scale replacement in many cases. It is therefore surely entirely sensible that in setting out the approach for estimating the cost of capital for legacy investment, the 2019 European Commission notice on the WACC specifically identifies the need to, quote, promote efficient investment and innovation. Yet my concern is that the document from BEREC does not clearly consider this objective in adjudicating on WACC parameters. Frankly, it's judgment that is required here. The WACC estimation must not be limited to a purely mechanical exercise. In practice, one fears that the objective of promoting efficient investment has been overlooked. This prompts two recommendations. The first is that there be clearer recognition of the significant uncertainties that are inevitably involved in estimating the WACC, primarily in relation to estimating the cost of equity. At present, the methodology followed in the BEREC report produces only point estimates for the WACC, whereas it would surely be appropriate to report ranges alongside them. The second is that because of these inherent uncertainties, but also in view of the negative welfare implications of setting the WACC too low versus too high, and so depressing investment, it makes sense to consciously aim up when choosing the value of the WACC utilised in setting price controls. BEREC should therefore provide guidance on aiming up when utilising a WACC estimate to set a price control. The risk otherwise is that we get an overly simplistic use of the WACC estimate to set a price control that loses sight of the fundamental objective of promoting efficient investment. A further consideration is that regulatory decisions should tend to promote consistency across the European Union. This aim is reflected in the EC's notice, which guides that BEREC should use an EU-wide equity risk premium, or ERP, estimate in conjunction with national estimates of the risk-free rate. But there are potential problems here. The ERP reflects the compensation investors require for holding shares that entitle them to the risky residual claim on the profits of a company after all its other obligations have been met. The Commission notice specifies that a single EU-wide figure be used, but it's legitimate to question whether this is appropriate and whether it should instead vary country by country. Excuse me. After all, while the overall process here might indeed benefit from uniformity and consistency, the actual circumstances that are being measured may well vary. And as a sense check, note that Ofcom's relatively recent assessment of the ERP was more than 2 percentage points higher. In practice, this consistency of methodology may lead to a substantial inconsistency of output. This is because it produces very low estimates of the WACC for member states with low interest rates. Indeed, the overall effect is to produce a material divergence rather than a convergence in WACC estimates between countries. In turn, this could have the effect of discouraging investment and distorting the allocation of capital between both individual member states as well as the EU and other global regions. It is also useful to consider work conducted by the European Central Bank, ECB economists in assessing the cost of capital, taking into account changes in the risk-free rate and the equity risk premium. This analysis found that since the start of the global financial crisis, increases in the ERP have largely offset the fall in the yield of risk-free assets. Given this finding that changes in the risk-free rate and the ERP are to a significant extent offsetting, the fact that Berwick's document's approach combines a common ERP with risk-free rates derived for each individual member state, and which differ significantly, has resulted in WACC estimates that are potentially extremely low for some countries. Again, this risks discouraging telecoms investment in certain member states and distorting the allocation of capital across the EU. A further consideration is what might happen in future to the zero interest rate environment of recent years. Current levels of interest rates are unprecedented. To presume that they perpetuate is in effect to presume that Europe is incapable of recovering from the COVID-19 induced economic malaise. However, it remains to be seen how VHCN investment might respond to higher rates. Two features of telecoms investment are particularly pertinent here. The first is that the CapEx programs involved are often not only extremely expensive, but also protracted. A project of fibre upgrades could easily take between 5 and 10 years, for example. The second is that network upgrades are hardly isolated occurrences. Telecoms is not a utility, as I mentioned previously, in part because it is so affected by Moore's law and hence subject to a regular and rapid technology upgrade cycle. So while the interest rate environment of the recent past may lend some assistance to infrastructure programs, the ability to sustain investment over the duration of an entire project and then into subsequent upgrade rounds must not rely on the continuation of the historically extremely unusual monetary policy of the past several years. Economic recovery is likely to bring with it higher interest rates. This raises the prospect that any price cap determined tariff reductions imposed today might need to be subsequently reversed. While the reversal would, all things being equal, improve investment incentives by comparison with the situation prevailing immediately beforehand, implementing regulatory-driven price rises can be politically contentious. Here, therefore, is a further reason to aim up in estimating the WACC for legacy platforms. The tougher price controls that would follow from any underestimate any underestimation of the associated WACC would be difficult to reverse, and so would be liable to permanently impair investment incentives. What is the cumulative impact of these various potential issues with the WACC implied from the BEREC report? To provide a little context here, it might be helpful to make a comparison with a similar exercise in estimating the WACC for incumbent BT's legacy assets that was recently undertaken by Ofcom in the UK. Ofcom adopted a pro-investment stance and estimated a nominal pre-tax WACC of 7% for the Openreach infrastructure division that operates BT's legacy copper assets. We estimate that had the parameters in the BEREC document been utilised, a value of 5.3% would have instead been determined, 1.7 percentage points lower. The WACC implied by the BEREC report can also be compared with the cost of capital utilised by investment analysts to value telecoms companies. Analysts don't have any particular incentive to either under or overstate the discount rate they use, and these therefore provide a relatively unbiased set of estimates which can serve as a useful sanity check on WACC estimates derived for regulatory purposes. For example, post-tax WACC estimates of various European telecoms operators from HSBC equity research diverge materially from those one would generate from BEREC's figures by around 3 or 4 percentage points. The comparison is not entirely like for like, but it does provide an additional sense check. This should raise the concern that estimates based on the BEREC methodology are potentially significantly below the values utilised in the capital markets for valuing telecoms assets. In other words, serving as a warning that they may be unrealistically low in comparison to reasonable investor expectations. This again suggests that the EC notice should be revised to stipulate that member state-specific ERPs be estimated based on an agreed methodology, following which BEREC should then issue a revised set of estimates produced using this methodology. It would also seem sensible that the EC notice should permit and encourage sense checks on the overall WACC estimates, for instance, in comparison with the discount rates applied by equity analysts in varying companies, to help ensure that the figures are in keeping with reasonable investor expectations. Finally, note that while BEREC has focused on the WACC for legacy investment, the EC guidance actually mentions that the approach might be adapted to reflect the risk associated with VHCN investment. This would involve attempting to somehow quantify VHCN associated risk and then using this to inflate a price cap applied to VHCN in order to seek to compensate for said risk. In practice, though, this would be fraught with difficulty and enormously counterproductive, even while it could, by its very nature, do nothing to assure investors of returns, since the presence of a price cap cannot guarantee there will be sufficient demand for the service at that price. Instead, no WACC estimate should be required for VHCN infrastructure. Even a discussion about what premium might be appropriate on the WACC applied to VHCN investments would be fundamentally unwise, as it signals the presumption that price regulation will ensue in due course. And any expectation that price caps will be applied in future will tend to raise the hurdle rate for investment, given the potential for uncompensated downside risk. In fact, though, not merely should VHCN WACC estimates be unnecessary, there should also be a strong presumption that VHCN price controls are likewise superfluous. Sufficient pricing constraints should already generally exist in terms of competing or potentially competing networks and or partial substitutes such as regulated copper or regulated so-called anchor products. If Europe wants to maximize the extent of VHCN rollout, the focus should rather be on lowering investor hurdle rates via credible commitments to forbearance wherever possible, because a lower investment hurdle rate will mean more VHCN is deployed. So how can this goal of lowering the VHCN hurdle rate be achieved? In brief, some of the most important things that can and should be done include, first, to allow for pricing flexibility, including wholesale service price differentiation, to give investors an opportunity to reap the potential upside so as to offset potential downside risks. Second, to encourage the negotiation of long-term volume price commitments with access seekers, which would serve not only to share risk, but also to mitigate overall investment risk by aligning incentives of both access seekers and providers to upgrade customers to VHCNs. And third, to make a credible commitment to a regulatory approach that would both protect consumers, but also assure investors of the prospect of a reasonable and appropriate return on their investment. However, crucial as these are, the greatest single payoff is arguably elsewhere. It lies in reflecting the sober reality that there is always the risk that regulation will be utilised to partially expropriate the value of investment once it has been committed. Investors are well aware of this danger, which effectively pushes up their hurdle rates in order to compensate for that expropriation risk. The great challenge is to reassure them that expropriation will not happen in future, thereby lowering their hurdle rate and facilitating investment. This calls for credible commitments to sound future policy and regulation, but it also underlines the importance of the regulatory track record. In this context, the importance of the WACC estimations made with regard to legacy investments should be, I hope, readily apparent. Our suggestions, to draw my remarks to a close, are therefore that the EC notice on the calculation of the cost of capital for legacy networks should be amended to first estimate the equity risk premium as well as the risk-free rate at a national level. Second, to require confidence bounds in all WACC estimates together with sense checks. Third, and perhaps most importantly of all, to provide for BEREC to develop guidance on selecting within this WACC range, having first regard to the objective of promoting investment in order to aim up. Taken together, these measures would ensure that where an estimate of the cost of capital is utilised in determining the price gap, it is estimated and utilised in a way that is supportive of the investment that we all want to see. With that, I'll close, though not without first thanking you again for your time today.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for providing this very comprehensive and broad perspective in which we should consider all the challenges that are associated with estimating WACC. I think you have touched upon many relevant issues, and we will go into them more deeply during both the panel that is following your keynote and during the roundtable. I can see that Marit has posted the link to your report, which is on the ETNO website, and I would encourage everyone to read it, because I think, as I said, that it provides a really broad perspective on the topic and has some additional things that you have not mentioned due to the time constraint, of course. I see that there is one question from the audience, from Bengt to you, which is, what time horizon are you assuming? The deployment of tower companies indicates that investors are looking for long-term stable cash flow, not short time that you indicate. So to you, Stephen.
Well, I'm concerned if I've given the impression that this is a short-term exercise. Quite the contrary. Forgive me. I mean, that in essence is much of the point. And look, to be clear, there've been really significant progress over recent years. The European Commission's decision to move to longer time periods of market review, for instance, is a really great idea. And I just wish we could see more of that alignment between the perspective of the investor, which is multi-decade potentially, and the perspective of the regulation. If you look at certain other areas, I mean, there are I get the sense, for instance, when, for instance, the sector is discussed from a competition perspective, that the idea that is that long term's about 2 years, which is plainly just completely incompatible with the investment horizons we're really dealing with here. So yes, to clarify, what investment durations am I thinking? I think we have to think decade plus.
Which of course, and as you mentioned in your paper, is maybe not incompatible, but difficult considering the length of the regulatory cycle and the mandate of the regulatory authorities, right? I have just one question to you. You've mentioned one of your recommendations is to encourage negotiation of long-term contracts. Is there anything useful to be learned from the energy sector in which such contracts have been existing for a while?
That's an interesting question, and I'm going to drop my colleague Brian in it here, because I suggest you throw that at him, because he's had some direct exposure to this sort of thought process in neighbouring. Gosh, I'm going to break one of my own rules. Neighbouring utilities. Not that telecoms is a utility, but there are, I would accept, not the technological aspect, but there are some other aspects in which those adjacent sectors can bring in some relevant experience. It's simply very important, because what we want to do here is align incentives, right? We've decided, haven't we, that VHCN is a terribly good thing, and we want as much of it as possible, right? So I humbly submit that for instance, making the inferior, cheaper alternative is not a good idea, right? Which would be the effect if you lower the WACC on the legacy infrastructure. I also submit it's a good idea if everybody is pushing in the same direction, and that both an incumbent operator and those who are reselling its services, are all equally incentivized to push adoption of the new platform, because otherwise, what are we building for?
Absolutely. I think in that perspective, in that sense, considering also the importance of certainty or risk for private investors, if more countries were to have sunset policy towards copper networks or legacy networks, that would probably increase certainty for the investors. But I'm not sure actually what is happening in that area. I think some countries are actually moving in that direction, but I don't know whether enough of them. And that would probably further contribute to divergences among different member states, I would imagine. So unless there are other questions, I see no further questions from the audience. At that point, I would move to panel one. And one information for the audience. In the program, you see that we should have had Daniel Kapp, but due to unforeseen circumstances, unfortunately, he will not be able to join us and provide a very interesting perspective from the European Central Bank. So in this panel, we will have 4 excellent speakers who have loads of experience with WACC. First, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with all of them, but still I think that it's nice to introduce the panelists. So I will just spend a few minutes on that. We have with us Dr. Annegret Grebel, who is a Director of International Relations and Postal Regulation at the German Regulatory Authority for Electricity, Gas, Telecommunications, Post and Railway, in other words, BNetzA, where she has been working for a number of years now, since 1998. She has extensive experience. I will not be mentioning everything because instead of having a panel, I would just have to introduce everyone. So I'll just say that Annegret has extensive experience in telecoms, post, energy, and railways, and she has been also working. She has been a chair of the BEREC Office Advisory Group and has been a co-chair of the Remedies Working Group for many years. She's been actively involved in the European Regulators Group for Postal Services and IRG Rail. She's also a member of the OECD Network for Economic Regulation and a working group of the OECD looking at the cross-sectoral governance issues of economic regulation. In addition to that, Annegret has been also lecturing for a considerable time on a number of topics. I'll stop here. After Annegret, we will have Silas Norberg from the European Commission, who is working in Unit B3, which is a market unit. Originally, Silas comes from the Danish national regulator, where he has been working on cost models and WACC estimations in the Danish setting. And within the unit of the European Commission, Silas is assessing the cases that are notified by the national regulatory authorities. Silas has been also involved in the WACC notice and the delegated regulation on termination rates, as well as the economic part of the roaming regulation, which has been just agreed between the co-legislators on 8th of December 2021. Then we have Professor Richard Stahl, who is emeritus professor at the Humboldt University of Berlin, and where Professor Stahl has been working since 1992 as professor and chairman, Institute for Banking and Capital Markets and Insurance. In addition to that, Professor Stahl has been a visiting professor at the University of Chicago and Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. In addition to his academic position, Professor Stahl has been the president of the European Finance Association and the vice president of the European Institute for Advanced Studies in Management in Brussels. He has also been the chairman of the working group on energy network regulation of the German Economic Ministry. What is important for today's event is that Professor Stahl has been writing reports for the BNetzA on WACC for a number of years, focusing on the telecom area. He has been writing such reports on a frequent and regular basis, once every 4 to 5 years. The latest report has been written in 2021, and it's available on the BNetzA website. In addition to that, Professor Stahl has also written reports for regulators in other areas, for BNetzA in electricity and gas, and for the Frankfurt Airport and for the Austrian rail regulator. And last but not least, we have with us Fadel Lacroix, who has joined Orange in 2019 as a director of EU regulation and regulatory economics. Prior to joining Orange, Fadel has been working as director of financial affairs and wholesale market surveillance at the French energy regulator. And before that, he has been working in the banking area, where he held various positions as economist in project finance and strategic planning and mergers and acquisitions. So as you can see, we have a lineup here of excellent, very expert speakers, and I will hand to Annegret to open the panel. Annegret, thank you.
Thank you, Anna, and I try to share my screen. Okay. And now it's also in full mode, and I hope you all hear me. And good morning. So, well, I can say still good morning, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. And I will be presenting today the WACC parameters report of 2021. Also saying some general points, mainly that of course we follow the methodology of the notice and by assessing then the different parameters, and there is one that is to be used by, or where NRAs are expected to use it, that is the EU ERP, which is unique, I think, to the WACC notice and to the WACC calculation for the European Union in the telecoms area for legacy infrastructure. And the other parameter values are an indication. But of course, the WACC as a whole is set by the individual NRAs, exercising their judgment and their discretion, trying to set the WACC in a way that reflects well the national circumstances. So harmonization of the methodology shall bring the convergence of and eliminate any sort of distortions that stem from the from methodological differences. So that is the first that is the first benefit of the notice, and on the same time it balances also and allows NRAs to take into account national situations when setting the WACC in price control decisions. And with this, I also want to highlight what is our role and our task as regulators. We have to set a reasonable rate of return. In other words, the cost of capital in price control decisions. So to ensure that we have an efficient and cost for access to the legacy network in price control obligations. So we see the WACC, the reasonable rate of return, as a cost parameter, of course, a considerable cost parameter, and less as a policy instrument. By taking this approach, we consider that we give the right incentives for efficient investment and do not distort the decisions of investors in either legacy or, of course, VHCN, so in new networks. And that is the important thing here, to get it in an efficient way. And we also believe, and I'll come back to this in a moment, that by applying the CAP model, which is based on the assumption of capturing the risk of an efficient, with an efficient market approach, we do reflect the risks that are there, and therefore do not have to aim up. I think that would be a very wrong understanding. And that would cause a risk, and namely the risk of overestimating the WACC. And I haven't heard this word expressed by Stephen, of overestimating, and with this then indeed distorting the investor's decision to go for new investment in VHCN, because in that case, I assume that the copper would be sweated indefinitely. So we would definitely have a distortion. And further to this, we also would distort the incentives for competitors alike and for all, for the whole market, including, of course, then that we would create and risk to create a higher cost for the end user. So I think that is pretty clear with this approach. We avoid all the risks that occur from aiming up. Aiming up for something which is not there, because on the basis of our estimations, we consider, for the reasons that I just mentioned, that we catch the risks occurred, and the cost of capital is always a compensation for the risk taken, and nothing more, nothing less. And that needs to be right. And that's what we aim for. So as I mentioned, we calculate with the same methodology, the EU ERP, and I'll explain this in a moment, and the other parameters following the methodology. All this is based on using long-term data sets, in particular for the EU ERP, for those countries that are covered by the DMS data set, which we have in the draw from Morningstar, and then also trying to catch the right rate of return also from the other countries which are not covered in the DMS data set. So we have a lot of cross checks so that we can that we are confident that our calculations are robust and based on state-of-the-art standards and methodologies, so that NRAs are able to use and are confident to use these results. Well, this is the structure, and I can also announce that we follow this structure in the 2022 report.
Anna, excuse me, but you haven't changed the slide, and it's not in the presentation mode.
Oh, on my screen it is. I haven't changed the slide.
I still see the cover slide first.
Okay, okay.
I don't know whether it's the same for everybody else, but I assume it is. Okay,
let me quickly try again. Otherwise, I would ask Alicia better to do it.
Okay, now it's in the presentation mode.
Okay, but now I can't operate the slides. Let me see. Can you see the next slide?
Yes.
Okay, so this I covered already. I move on. This is a
Okay.
this is a structure which we will follow. You see the risk-free rate, the peer group, the debt premium, beta and gearing, and the EU-wide ERP. So this is then the results, and I just want to highlight, yes, according to the notice, we calculate the RFR for, or estimate the RFR for each of the EU member states. We have a peer group made up of 14 operators, and following the criteria, we put this together following the criteria of the notice. Then we calculate the debt premium and the cost of debt for each of those 14 companies, and the equity beta, gearing, and asset beta alike. Then we calculate the one single EU-wide ERP, and we provide an overview at the end. So this is a brief explanation now for the EU ERP. As I said, we use for a number of countries the DMS Morningstar data, and then for the others we use drawing on the Bloomberg data, the so-called implied pricing methodology for, in particular, Eastern European countries that are not covered by the Morningstar data. Then we have to wait, of course, to get the index, and for the equity we wait with the market capitalization, which reflects then the size of the financial markets. And for the bond index, we use the GDP based, of course, on Eurostat data for each country to also have the weight of the country's GDP as an adequate weight. So this, and we use the usual 5 years averaging period that is foreseen in the notice. We do this for each country, so to have the right weights, and then and that is, let's say, the clue and the specificity, because we want to have an EU ERP that is reflecting and in which we take data from all NRAs that we have, that we weight also with the data, with the available years weight, so to not distort short-term and long-term data series. The result is, and we use here the again the methodology of the notice, an arithmetic mean of 5.5 as the EU ERP. This EU ERP is slightly higher than last year, and that is mainly due to the single effect of the Brexit, because we had to take out the UK data series. And of course, the UK has a large weight. And so the effect is that the EU ERP is increased from 5.3 to 5.5. This is a one-off effect of Brexit. There's another effect of Brexit. BT drops out. It doesn't fulfill the criteria any longer, and is replaced by Telenor. The next point that I want to raise is that, as I said, we use the CAP-M approach because with long-term time series, because we are convinced that this smoothes out short-term volatilities and best is able to reflect the long-term investor expectations rather than the short-term. That is important. I fully agree there with Stephen. It is a long-term capital investment, is long-term, needs a long-term perspective, and that is exactly what NRAs also aim for, to set predictable rates that do not create uncertainty. we think that, as I said, this reflects the rational investors' behavior in an efficient capital market, and we therefore think that this is best suited to have to set the reasonable rate of return, and is also evidence-based approach rather than just looking at one side on the investor side, which we think would not reflect our overall objective of having a competition, investment, and also for the benefit of end users. That is the importance here. So as I said, and this is my last remark now, we use the same methodology, and that irons out the differences that stem from methodological differences. And we are able with this also continuing over time to use the same methodology of the notice to be able to attribute the effects of the changes purely to fundamental factors, and that is simply the fact that we live in a low interest period. It may change in the future, and therefore reflect this also for all member states, and then allow this for the NRAs to take into account the national situation. So there is a balance between convergence, consistency, and transparency using this approach. And therefore, we will also use it in the WACC parameter report for 2022. Thanks for the attention, and happy to discuss.
Thank you very much, Annegret. There is one question to you from the audience, but the questions from the audience, I would take them at the end of the panel in order to ensure that all the panelists have time for their presentations. If there are no immediate reactions from the other panelists, I would give the floor to Silas.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll also try this difficult exercise of sharing the screen and putting it in presenter mode. It should be there now.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Good, perfect. After 2 years, at least we know how to do this. Yes, thanks a lot for having me today, and thanks a lot for the audience making this seminar possible. Thanks a lot, of course, to the organizers for bringing up the topic. My name is Silas Nørbjerg. I work in Unit B3, as was mentioned. We are the market unit. For those of you not familiar with this unit, we assess the notifications coming in from the member states, and I deal a lot with the notifications with an economic, say, element. In this regard, of course, also the WACC notifications. And this is what I will be presenting today. I will be presenting the notifications we have assessed since the application and the publication of the WACC notice, giving an overview of what we have seen since it was published, and also a very brief introduction to the notice, but without going into the detail of it today. So the WACC notice was published on the 6th of November in 2019, and let's say on the legal side, it's a notice. It binds the Commission when assessing notifications containing a legacy WACC. And this was discussed in the beginning. What does the notice mean? What does it mean binding the Commission? And in the final slide, we will also come back to how this has actually been implemented. It became the relevant tool for assessing WACC notifications with a legacy scope by 1st of July, but it also had a transitional period for 1 year, specifically allowing NRAs to say get accustomed with the methodology of the notice. Before the notice, NRAs would spend 1 year, 2 years, let's say, preparing the WACC estimation and notification and the public consultation, and then finally adopting it. And we didn't want to have the notice being published, and then the work of NRAs would have to thrown into the bin directly. So there was this transitional period to account, among other things, for let's say, NRAs that had already been working quite a lot on WACC notifications. And if they were to arrive, let's say, between 1st of July 2020 and 1st of July 2021, they could apply for this transitional period to allow them to utilize the work they had been conducting and also had a public consultation about. The notice incorporates the best practices of NRAs. So as such, the parameters and the estimations contained therein are not sort of a revolution. They are compiling the best practices by the NRAs and harmonizing the approach when setting the parameters. It has never been the intention of the notice to harmonize the WACC values. It has been the intention to harmonize the approach, just to get that straight. And with that, I think we can go into the notifications we have assessed since the notification came into effect. And I've tried here to compile an overview. I hope it's factual and not, let's say, too many numbers and things, but I'm really trying to give an overview of the notifications assessed containing a WACC since the publication of the notice. So, of course, we have the member states, and then we have the case numbers, which are the ones we refer to in the Commission. And then I've indicated whether or not the specific notifications have been fully implementing the methodology of the notice, the value implemented, and whether or not we commented in the Commission on the specific notification. And the very, very interested and knowledgeable reader will, of course, notice that there are 10 member states, but there should be 11, meaning that Romania did also notify a WACC notification after the publication of the notice, but this was indeed one of the member states where they had conducted a lot of the work before the application of the notice, and therefore I haven't taken them into account here. They applied fully for the transitional period, which was granted. So as you may have spotted, Romania is missing, but there is a good reason for this. And also to mention Portugal in this table. Portugal, we are currently assessing the WACC notification from Portugal. They notify once a year. The WACC updates, and the current one is under assessment now, so therefore not adopted by the Portuguese regulator. It's in the area between 6 and 6.5%, and we assume ANACOM will adopt this anytime. But just to say that the table, the value of this table is the one currently in place in Portugal, but it will be updated quite soon, we would expect. We also see that in Sweden, we have the lowest WACC of 4.44%, and then the highest for the legacy would be in Poland was 7.56%, and both member states are following the methodology outlined in the notice. So as you see, we have 8 member states of the 10 that fully implemented the methodology of the notice, and we have 2 where they are deviating from the methodology outlined in the notice. Not to go into too many details, but in Germany, the current WACC is based on a 10-year average for the risk-free rate rather than the 5-year as argued in the notice. And also we understand that BNSA would be, let's say, shifting the weight between the 10 and the 5-year average until the year 2024. And then the weight between the 10 and the 5-year average will switch until in 2024, where it will be fully based on the 5-year average. In Ireland, there's a general deviation from the method applied in the notice. There is a number of parameters that Comreg have been doing in one way historically, and the way they have adopted now is that they take some sort of hybrid approach between what they did in the past and what the notice would propose, and then take an average for some of the parameters. For others, they are completely on their, let's say, old approach, and in others they are in the notice approach. So that, I mean, we're not going into more details in the situation there, but in Germany and Ireland, that there was a deviation from the notice, and also therefore comments from the Commission on this. So from this, what do we learn from the let's say the 10 notifications received under the application of the notice? As we said in the beginning, when the notice was published, the intention was that NRAs fully implementing the methodology of the notice would not see comments from the Commission, binds the Commission in the assessment, and following the notice would lead to sort of no basis for the Commission to comment. And this is indeed the case, that we haven't commented on the notifications where the notice methodology of the notice have been fully implemented. You may see if you look up those cases that I mentioned in the other slide, there may be comments to some of them, but this is not about the WACC. This will be about other procedural aspects, such as a short consultation period, or let's say market reviews in general that need to be updated, or prices that haven't been looked at in many years. So I cannot say that all the cases are no comments, but the comments are not on the WACC, just to clarify, if you just take a quick glance at them. In the cases where there was a deviation from methodology, the Commission made comments to that, proposing ways to align with the notice. And you also saw there was a number of the notifications where there also an NGA WACC was present. In the case of an NGA WACC being present, let's say the notice doesn't change the assessment by the commission. The notice concerns legacy and not NGA. So in the cases on the slide before, you saw an NGA WACC in 3 of the member states, and this is typically done on a risk premium. And the notice hasn't changed the assessment of this, and we also have not made any comments to this, the division of let's say the deriving of the NGA WACC in the member states. And some of the things we have commented on, of course, would be the updating of prices, not only because of the WACC being changed, but also if this was some time ago since these were updated. And on the notice in general, as I said, it's incorporating the best practices. We have understood it to be of great help to many of the NRAs who are using it. And of course, with the big help of BEREC and the report conducted by BEREC, there's a lot of time saving for the NRAs when estimating these the WACC for legacy infrastructure. It's also to a point, as Annegret was mentioning, where the notice now also let's say incorporates some values for Norway and Iceland, who contacted and wanted to see if they could also have some let's say they could also be mentioned in the notice, and if they could also rely on the estimates from the notice. I mean, this is not, of course, a sales exercise, but just to say that we have had good support both from the NRAs within the EU, but also from the NRAs in the EEA. That I found the work helpful, and would like to use it also in their work. I think that was all from me in this quick crash course into the notifications we have assessed in the unit. Thanks again, and yeah, looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Silas, for providing this very comprehensive overview of what is happening at the member states level. If there are no immediate reactions from the panelists, Professor Stahl, now it would be your turn.
Okay, so I'll try to start immediately. Okay. Okay, it
You're
works.
not yet in the presentation mode.
I'm not in the presentation mode.
I can still see the menu on the top.
It says to me I'm in presentation mode.
Okay, we can proceed like that.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Okay, time-wise, we are a little bit behind, so let me start immediately with my comments. Now, I do my reports on regulatory agencies together with André Betzer, who is from the University of Wuppertal. This has several advantages. So let me go to the first slide. Can you see my first slide? Okay, Annegret is nodding.
Yes.
The EU-wide harmonization of the WACC calculation, which we are discussing, has a solid foundation. It's based on a pre-tax WACC. The Sharp-Lindner capital as a pricing model is used to estimate the cost of equity capital. The estimate of the equity risk premium is mainly based on historical equity risk premiums, and the data collected by Dimson Marsh Staunton is used. I think this is a solid foundation. In Europe, these four major aspects of regulatory WACC setting are also used in the other areas of network regulation: electricity, gas, railroad infrastructure, in airports. I do hope that we can fully agree today that these four basic aspects should not be changed in the near future, and that the WACC should be estimated in all areas of network regulation in a similar way. And let me just make a short addition. I think these other areas are equally important as the common telecommunication area. In Germany presently, we may have problems with our gas infrastructure. It needs to be adapted to international crises. Point number two. When using the capital M approach, a number of components have to be estimated. In this respect, a number of good choices have been made, but there is always room for improvement. I think I strongly feel that the EU notice, the most important document, should be fine-tuned. Fine-tuned, I emphasize, regularly in the coming years after careful evaluations. And one of the reasons for this is if the WACC harmonization works well in the telecom area, the EU harmonization efforts will be welcomed in the other areas of network regulation, which I feel is highly desirable. If it doesn't work well, the other areas have a good reason to delay regulation at the European level. So Silas, do a good job. Point number 3. Now let me start by mentioning possible improvement. I would start by revising point number 27 of the notice. The Commission considers it appropriate to use the same averaging period for all parameters. Now, it's important to realize averaging is done for different reasons, and the way it should be done also depends on the data, its characteristics, and its availability. The proper averaging period is definitely not the same for all parameters. When we look at beta, debt premiums, and the equity risk premium, in these 3 areas, we use averages to improve our estimate. But for the risk-free rates, it's a little bit different. Risk-free rates can be observed directly, and the data is easily available many years in the past. We could use spot interest rates. But interest rates have been falling considerably during the last 20 years. Many local regulators are using average interest rates to create a stable economic environment for the network operators, and I'll get into more details on the next slide. Point number 4, whether a 5 or a 10-year average should be used to set the allowed risk-free rate is debatable. The notice prescribes a 5-year average. We are in favor of leaving this choice to the local regulators because a 10-year average may help to increase regulatory predictability in the value of the parameters over time. This is a point mentioned in the notice, point 8. In some countries, for example, Germany, a stable economic environment for the network operators is required by the local telecommunications law. In some other countries, a stable economic environment may not have the same importance as in Germany, but an important point is also in other areas of network regulations, 10-year averages are also often used. An important point in this context is that this is a long-term decision of the regulators. The length of the averaging period should not be changed when interest rates rise again. When it is done in this way, the increase of the average when rates are falling is nearly equal to the smaller increase when rates are rising again. So in the long run, network operators do not profit at the expense of their customers. I'll give you the link to my report for BNetzA, and there is a simple numerical example in Appendix D. At present, point number 5, at present, a 10-year average is a must when setting the cost of debt for a network operator that has debt with an average time to maturity of more than 10 years. To me, this seems to be the case for several large operators. 20-year bonds and 5 years averages do not fit together at all. when the bond interest rates have been falling considerably for at least 20 years. Okay, point number 6. A very controversial point in the notice is number 34. Government bonds are likely to reflect appropriately the respective domestic risk-free rate. The Commission considers that the use of domestic government bonds, together with a consistent methodology, will ensure that the differences in the risk-free rates reflect actual differences in the financing conditions between member states. Now, I think this is a good objective, but we must realize this is economically one of the most important points of the notice. Whether the risk-free rate is set at 1% or 2% is much more important than whether the beta is 0.7 or 0.8. Point number 34 of the notice should be made much more precise in the near future. What is a consistent methodology for the risk-free rate exactly in all countries? According to the notice in its present form, a BBB-rated network operator residing in an A-rated country will enjoy a considerably higher allowed WACC than an operator with the same rating residing in a triple or double A country. Probably both can issue similar bonds under very similar conditions. Anna, you are discriminating against senior citizens. 3 minutes.
I'm absolutely not.
No. Brief remarks on the other WACC components. It is very difficult to estimate the ERP precisely. In our judgment, the ERP estimate of BEREC 5.5% is a bit too high, but this is a price we should be willing to pay for having an EU-wide regulatory approach in the area of telecom legacy networks. Only very few financial economists currently think that the European ERP based on bonds, not bills, is higher than 5.5. We currently estimate that the European ERP based on bonds is 4%. 4%. We use the Dimson Marsh Staunton data as the most important input. And let me just notice, this data set was also used by Frontier Economics in their WACC report for the Bundesnetzagentur Regulation Area Electricity and Gas of July 2021. They estimated the ERP is 3.7%. And after a careful analysis over several pages, the BNetzA used this estimate in their decision, and this is what you have to use as a URL to access this document. Okay. Number 8, I'm strongly in favor of paying more attention to dividend discount models. According to our possibly incomplete review, the most popular dividend discount model in regulatory proceedings is currently the model proposed by Pharma and French in 2002. See the Ofcom Wholesale Fixed Telecom Markets Review, VFTMR 2021, and I give the exact location in the appendix. The dividend discount models currently used by the central banks give a very clear picture of the change of the equity risk premium over time, but their estimate of the current level of the ERP is definitely too high. Our report 2021A contains our present view of the various central bank models over 130 pages. A provisional translation of its summary will hopefully become available too. Now, Andre Betzer and I would work to enjoy on the improvement on the dividend discount model if we find a sponsor. The fraction of the equity finance, 60%, is also a bit too high in the German regulatory area electricity and gas. By law, 40% is the upper limit of the equity finance, and quantitative easing program have had an influence, but it's unclear to what extent. Let me go to my last important slide, the bibliography, and you can see, you can especially have a look at the English version of this second report. And since aiming up was mentioned by Annegret Gröbel and by Stephen Howard several times, aiming up, this is a term I learned 10 years ago. I spoke English reasonably well since I was 17, but I learned the term aiming up only after reaching retirement age. Now, the British, I'm down here, the British National Audit Office report dated January 30, 2020, stated that aiming up was a common practice in the good old days. But it concluded Ofcom no longer considers aiming up to be necessary because of increased evidence that investors will accept lower returns than have traditionally been allowed. This is the exact link to this statement. Now read this report by the British National Audit Office very carefully. It really shows how regulation has worked in the United Kingdom. And I don't think that this is a good example in all respects. Now, the United Kingdom consultants have a good experience in calculating the WACC, but a number of errors have been made, which we should not get into Europe. Well, thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Stahl. We have included the link to BNetzA's webpage where your report's available also in the chat. And now I would give the screen to Fadel.
Yeah, thanks, Anna. Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. And welcome to my two-dimensional metaverse. I hope that sometime in the future we'll be able to meet in the real world soon. That's a very exciting topic. Perhaps it will come as no surprise that ETNO has been very critical on the notice and the way it has been implemented in the two BEREC reports. You'll find two pieces on ETNO's website that we produced back in July, so a few months ago, and earlier in the year. So please refer to that for the detailed comments and critiques we did on the notice and BEREC. Perhaps my starting point would be that our main and major critique will be that we've been complaining that the WACC results have not aimed up, but actually aimed way down. I think that's the real issue that we've been facing, struggling with ETNO. We have been facing a problem of WACC underestimation. And I think that the slide that Sila showed was very clear with a number of countries where you have nominal pre-tax WACCs below 5%. That's the case typically in France, in Germany, in Spain, and a number of other countries. So you have huge gap, huge difference between the regulated WACC for legacy assets, which are below 5% nominal pre-tax, while market estimates put WACCs for the telco sectors usually in the high single digit. So that's really the starting point. That's we've been insisting on the need to check the outcomes of the notice and the very calculations with the market estimates. And I would really like to stress a lot this huge discrepancy we have between the regulated WACCs for legacy assets and standard market estimates. And this really sends a very wrong investment signal, and it reduces trust in regulation with the risks that we pointed within our ETNO papers of spillover to the ACA. So that's really the main summary of the main critiques we did within ETNO. From a technical point of view, I'll try to be quick there. Our major critique relies on the cost of equity side, and the fact we point to the fact that there is inconsistency between the choice of two very important parameters, which is risk-free rate on the one side, which is calculated on few-year averages, so 5-year, and a very long ERP based on historical data. So when you make this methodological choice, and when you sum the two numbers, risk-free rate plus ERP, which by CAPM should give the expected return on the equity market, you get a number which is below what we observe on the markets. You get a number for countries with very low interest rates, which is 5%, while when we look at the expected return on the equity market, we find numbers which are close to high single digits, 7, 8, or 9%. So that's really the main technical issue, an inconsistent set of values of the risk-free and the ERP, and the combination of the we talked, maybe through the discussion we'll have more time to elaborate on that, but there is a methodological choice to wanting to harmonize things within Europe, but actually what happens with this methodological choice is divergence, as Stephen mentioned, not convergence, but divergence between countries with very low interest rates and countries where you have different currencies and higher interest rates. And actually, this precise divergence, you could see it in the slide that Andre showed, and that you find in the report. When you look at the results of the ERPs country by country, you have its heterogeneity. You don't have convergence. You don't observe convergence in the ERPs. You don't observe convergence in the long-term equity returns that are measured by historical data. So there is really a huge discrepancy between what the real data says and what the notice and BEREC report do, which is adding the European ERP with an interest rate calculated locally, which again gives very low estimates for the countries with zero interest rates. And if we push that reasoning to the extreme, I don't know what it means in Germany, for instance, to choose as a risk-free rate minus 5%, minus 0.5%, which has been the number we've been seeing for several months now, negative minus 0.5%. What does that mean as a reference for a risk-free rate? I personally do not know. So main technical problem we see with the methodology adding an inconsistent choice of risk-free rate and ERP. I will go very quickly on the cost of debt, which ignores the cost of legacy debt. So if you want to treat legacy as legacy, why don't we treat the legacy costs as legacy and as the actual costs that have been incurred when the legacy investments have been made, both on the equity and the debt? We are not doing that. So the regulators claim that it's legacy and it should be treated as legacy, but they don't take the actual cost of legacy financing. They don't take actual cost of legacy debt and legacy equity. So it's really also a major methodological problem. How to address that? My main message would be to look at all the data available, and not only at one single source, which is DMS. I don't know how long in the future DMS will be produced. So I don't know what the regulators will do if Professors Dimson, Marsh, and Stanton stop producing the report. What will happen? CAPM never referred to DMS. CAPM never referred to historical data. CAPM is a forward-looking model. In the CAPM equation, you have a letter, which is very important, which is E. E for expected. Through CAPM, we are trying to assess investors' expectations, not investors looking backward. I mean, the methodological choice made is really asking investors to drive a car looking only at the rear window. It's not accurate. I'll go very quickly on the, given the time limit, on the inflation risk and the interest rate risk. So the formula that has been used so far, which gives wrong results because of underestimating the ERP and the wrong mix, will unfortunately most probably in the future give wrong results given the rising inflation and the rising interest rates we are seeing. So there is a risk of lagging behind the curve with the inflation interest rates increasing. And if you look at the current inflation numbers, 5%, we are getting close to 5% in several European countries, Germany, France, 5% inflation and below 5% nominal pre-tax WACC, meaning we are getting on the legacy asset zero return. So for me, it's really an illustration of the risk of expropriation that Stephen very clearly described in his earlier presentation. So again, I don't know how we can consider reasonable to give 5% nominal return and meaning zero real return under the current inflationary outlook. So I'm getting to my concluding remark. First main message, and I think Stephen said that very clearly, we give a lot of importance to this legacy WACC because today's investments are tomorrow's legacy assets. So the way we treat legacy assets is really giving a very wrong signal to investments, because it's really pointing to the risk of how what we are doing today, what we are required to do actually, and what we are very keen to do as per the digital decade could become legacy in the future. So the question is how we could, what will happen to that? It's really a major risk we have with the regulatory risk of future treatment of current investment. So we are not calling for overestimated WACC. We are calling for a fair WACC with a holistic approach using market estimates. And I'm very glad to see actually in BEREC report that BEREC is using forward-looking data for the 15 countries where DMS is not available. What has been done is with the 1/PE price earning approach. It's typical, simple forward-looking model. It's not elaborate dividend growth model. It's a simple forward-looking model. So it's very interesting to see that BEREC is doing exactly what we have been advocating, is look at different sets of data. We have plenty of data available there, and in particular, we have dividend discounts. We have all the data to the market to properly assess the ERP and to properly assess the right choice of risk-free rate and ERP. So fair WACC with a holistic approach. Most importantly, I think there is really a need to align the WACC decisions with the broad policy goals geared towards encouraging investments to fuel value creation in the European telco sector. So I would like to respectfully disagree with Anuet when she said that there is no policy goals behind setting the WACC. I think price control WACCs are very much reflecting policy goals, and we are really calling for an alignment between regulatory actions, the WACC, price control, the concrete stuff that regulators are doing, and the political message. And we have really been seeing a discrepancy rather than a coherence between concrete actions, and the WACC has been perhaps the perfect example there, and the broad policy goals where we want to encourage investment and to fuel value creation in the European telco sector. I think we need value creation in the European telco sector. We are seeing low return on capital in the telco sector. We are seeing, and financial analysts write all the time about it, we are seeing value destruction in the telco sector. We are seeing returns on capital employed below our actual WACC. That's value destruction. And what we really want, we want to invest. We are fully supportive of the European digital case targets. We are fully supportive of the gigabit connectivity, but for that we need the fuel to invest. We really call for for the appropriate returns and really call for the proper regulatory setting to help us create value and help us ensure future investment, jobs, and innovation. When we talk about the consumer, we all have in mind the consumer. It's today's consumer, but it's also tomorrow's consumer. It's the consumer that has jobs in the digital sector in Europe, not in platforms outside of Europe. So I think really the main message is we are keen to contribute to the digital decade. What we need is just the proper regulatory setting to help the sector do the job. That's it for now. Thanks a lot. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Fadel. We have a few minutes left, and I've seen that there are 2 questions. So I will take them in the order in which they have arrived. Just a second. The first one is from Brian Williamson to Annegret, and the question is, have BNetzA considered the social cost asymmetry argument for aiming up as discussed at, I believe, point 8.2 in the paper, which has been written by Stephen Wright, Phil Burns, Robin Mason, and Terry Pickford in 2003, estimating the cost of capital for implementation of price controls by UK regulators. Annegret.
Okay, I'm not here as BNetzA, but the answer is the question and the answer is so simple that I cannot resist. Of course, we do, but not in the sense of an aiming up. I think aiming up was clearly every word was said by Professor Stahl in that regard. But as I also mentioned, when setting the WACC, we have to weight all the objectives and the measures. So that means we take into account the Article 3 code objectives, that namely VHCN, efficient investment, and interest of the end user, of the European Union citizens, as it is called, internal market, yeah, that's it, I think. Yeah. So therefore, of course, at every stage, and you can read this in the decisions, at every stage we check whether the objectives, in which way the objectives are fulfilled, and that there is a good balance for the measure that we take to reach all the objectives of the code. And clearly, one, as I said, is the end user, long-term end user interest, as it is now called, in high connectivity of very high speed.
Excellent. Thank you. And then there is another question from Astrid Karabek-Broich. I hope I got the name right in the pronunciation. And it's the question to Silas Norberg, Annegret, again to you, and Professor Stahl. Let me read the question. Do you share the concerns over the immense difference between WACC estimates of financial and industry analysts, which Stephen Howard mentioned, on the one side, and the outcome of the WACC notice methodology on the other side? Sila's presentation showed that 7 out of 10 notifications show nominal pre-tax WACC below 5%, whereas the Communications Chamber's report shows usual market estimates are above 8%. The divergence is even stronger if you look at the development over time. Example, Germany, within a regulatory period of 3 years, we would see a WACC decrease of 35%, whereas market estimates for WACC for the last 3 years remain rather stable.
I guess maybe Silas start first, and then I can come in, and Professor Stahl, of course.
Yeah, happy to start. Let's say if we see any, if we go back to the top, sorry for the question, the concern of the immense difference. I would say here again, we talk about the WACC for legacy networks, and if we talk about a WACC of 8% on the legacy network, I mean, I think that would be a concern in itself. Also going back to the points mentioned by Annegret. There were reports by BEREC mentioning that a 1 percentage point change in the WACC would affect the wholesale prices between 5 and 15%. So if we would go from that, we would see quite an increase expected in the legacy infrastructure. And I think that would create another concern, especially taking into account the incentives to sort of deploy and start using the high capacity networks. I think that would be my first input for this, and then on to Annika.
Yes, thank you. I think it is difficult to compare what because my understanding is that the considerations or the calculations in the document have been made with a different methodology, and in particular the Ofcom value that Ofcom set was on the basis of a total market return. So that is not comparable, and I think I have outlined the good reasons why we think that the efficient CAP-M approach based on long-term data is reflecting the risk and estimating the risk taken in a more appropriate way. Let me come back on this point, Fadel. You mentioned that that there's only a backward looking when applying long-term historic time series. And Stephen mentioned himself that the expectations of investors are based on the historic data series or on historic experience. So I think, and that is exactly what the DMS is used for, to base expectations in a forward-looking way. I agree there with you on past returns as they have been observed in the markets. And I mean, Dimson, Marston, Staunton are professors for financial markets, and they sell it to investors and to analysts. So we use exactly the data that also flows into the models of investors. So I wonder why there is something wrong in using this data.
If I may reply to that, I'm not saying we should not look at all at that data. I'm just saying that you should look at all the data available. And again, that's what BEREC did for 15 countries. Again, so I'm just saying we should look at all the data available. I think Stephen mentioned that investors, when they will consider the telco sector and the investment that needs to be known, the VHCN, they will look at how legacy has been treated. So that was his point, and I fully endorse that. I think, again, that's what I'm saying by saying in today's investments are tomorrow's legacy. So, and that really illustrates the risk that the regulation will not fairly remunerate and allow investors to recover their costs sometime in the future, because they will say, well, you know, now it's legacy, so let's move on and let's do something different. And so really my point, getting back to the technical discussion very quickly, is to look at historical data, to do other stuff like dividend growth model, to do what you did, what BEREC did, by doing 1/PE for the countries where there is no DMS data. Again, that's a simple dividend growth model. So my point is really to say, please look at all the available data, and please look at the numbers. Why would all the financial community estimate the WACC for the telco sector at 8, 9, 10% nominal pre-tax, high single digit? And why would the methodology used for the legacy give just so low numbers? So what we are calling for is to try and explain that, explain why there is such a huge difference. We've been trying to explain that by saying that there is really a discrepancy in the choice of the risk-free rate and the ERP. That's the technical part. Again, cost of equity measured by the ECB, measured by a number of financial analysts, publicly available, puts cost of equity in the 8, 9, 10% range. And the methodology used by BEREC adds 5.5% ERP to 0 to say, for country to 0 to say. So that's the technical issue. So what we are calling for is to really look at all the data available and not look at one source. And actually, you've not been looking at one source. You've been using DMS for when you have DMS, and you've been using 1/PE for 15 countries. And the BEREC report points that those 15 countries might become even bigger in the future. And you're absolutely right. So probably the weight of the countries where there is no DMS data will increase. And what will you do there? What we are calling for is really to look holistically at all the data available and just try to explain why you find 5% in France, Germany, Spain, and 7 other countries as shown, and why the rest of the universe says different things.
Before I allow Annegret to reply and Professor Stahl as well, I will just read Astrid's message because I think there's some additional information. Astrid writes, thank you for the answers concerning the 5 versus 8% gap, where you say it is difficult to compare. Allow me to follow up on this because we have another example where data are very comparable. The Communications Chambers report points to Ofcom WACC estimate for a legacy of 7%, which is 1.5 to up to 2.2 percentage points higher than what would have resulted from the WACC notice. Professor Stahl also recommended to look at UK WACC regulation. Might that be a point to rethink the methodology? So maybe now to Professor Stahl and then to Annegret again.
Okay, thank you. Well, let me first give you some good news. There is a competitor for Dimson, March, Staunton. They have published already 3 or 5 papers with a new data set that is competing in the future. Now, Dimson, March, and Staunton are of my age group, so they will not continue indefinitely, but there are younger people who will take over. Next point is, now, I'm sorry to say the risk-free rate is close to 0. The true risk-free rate in all European countries is close to 0. Risk-free rates are rates for AAA rated bonds, and only AAA rated bonds should be used as risk-free rates. So we have to get used to the fact that risk-free rates will be much lower in the future. Now let me finish by giving a piece of advice to Silas Norberg. I really liked his table. It gives us a lot of transparency. In the column 4, he says nominal value, but it's the nominal value of the pre-tax WACC. Now in Germany, the tax rates are much higher than in most countries. Germany is a high tax country. So actually, if we would leave taxes out of the picture and would look at a post-tax WACC, then Germany would have a lower WACC than most of the countries involved. And I think this is just a fair solution.
Annegret?
Yes, I mean, again, I repeat, even the point is 7% that Ofcom calculates are based on the TMR methodology. And of course, this is a difference to the methodology that we use. I think I have explained why we think that the approach that the methodology takes and on which we base our calculations is better reflecting the cost of risk for which the rate of return compensates the investors. And I think that again, just taking very short-term data doesn't reflect the long-term approach that we need. Yeah, and that was also highlighted by Stephen. And all the data that you mentioned, Fadel, that is rather based on short-term expectations instead of the long-term view. And the only time where we had to use these short-term data, which we then try to reflect adequately by weighting with the available data, is for those countries which are not in the DMS set. So that is taken, and we try to avoid any mistake here by mixing long-term with short-term data, and because the results would certainly not be valid in a statistical way. So I think that is pretty clear.
I see raised hands from Fadel, Silas, and Richard. Before I give you the floor, there's additional question to you, Silas, which is there any plan to update the notice? What is the EC view on WACC for VHCN and risk premium? So maybe we'll start from Silas, if it's fine with you.
Yes, I'm with the sort of fear to sort of let's say mix the topics together in the interesting discussion. There would also be a point, let's say, on the ERP, but maybe we can come back to that, because I don't want to sort of be discussing, let's say, several tracks in parallel. So to reply to the question, as I'm sure everyone here will agree, whether or not the WACC notice should be updated is slightly above my pay grade, and of course we should also allow for it to sort of come into effect. As I mentioned in my slide, it's about 6 months since the Commission was fully bound by the Commission notice, and I think all here agree that consistency in the regulation is also an important element. So that would be sort of my imminent reply, and also on the VHCN part, and also going a bit on the, let's say, the comments on the past regulation shaping the future. To say that in 2003 we had 18 regulated markets, and that was reduced in 2007 to 7, and then in 14 to 4.5, and then the current relevant market recommendation have 2 recommended markets for regulation. And when you read the code, there is a clear indication of limiting regulation to where it is necessary. So, and also there's a huge emphasis on VHCN networks, and also here, so let's say, limiting the regulation to, of course, where necessary, and also where there's competitive issues. There are many things in the code, such as pricing flexibility, and other areas that will be looked upon in the access recommendation that would not sort of assume strict cost regulation for VHCN networks. So saying that the WACC is a prerequisite for VHCN, I think that would be incorrect in terms of what the future would bring. Of course, it would depend on the competition, but there are many things in the code pointing towards other elements than strict cost regulation for VHCN. So I think that would be my reply on that question. And I'm not sure if I should continue on the ERP or I should allow the others to come in. I don't want to sort of steal the discussion here. But just to say on the ERP, if I can reply to my own question, sorry. When we had the consultation for the notice, 94% of the respondent agreed, so 94 agreed that the historical observations would be the best choice, and also the EU-wide ERP was widely supported. And on the situation in Ofcom, I understand they have an ERP of 7.9%. I'm not sure exactly how they've derived it, but an ERP of 7.9, to my understanding. I'm happily stand corrected. And I'm very happy with the ERP calculations conducted by BEREC, and it's really taking into account the EU perspective as best possible. And I know the drafters of the report make a large effort to make sure that the EU ERP is indeed reflecting EU member states.
Thank you very much, Silas. Since we are a little bit out of time, I would now I would ask Fadel to reply, and after that, Professor Stahl, after which we would conclude the morning part of the seminar.
Yeah, thanks. And a quick response to Annegret's comment. We are not asking for looking only at short-term data. Actually, what we have been looking at is consistently year over year for a number of years due to quantitative easing, that the ERP has increased to levels close to 7, 8, or 9%. This is not short term. This is consistently being measured since quantitative easing, and this is very well documented, including by the ECB, and referred to. Fortunately, Daniel Kapp is not here today, but there are publicly available papers where they show consistently that for a number of years, the ERP has increased while interest rates has decreased. So that's really very well documented and very well observed. I'm only pointing to the need to be very cautious now with the increase in inflation and interest rates, because we have been seeing a string of more than 50 basis points in France, in Germany, and Spain. And there is really a risk that the current formula, if we apply it, if we keep applying it mechanically, it will lag behind the curve. We are seeing interest rates going up. We are seeing inflation hovering around 5% or even more, eating up nominal returns. So really, we can't just sit like this and let it happen and accept that legacy assets are remunerated negative real terms. And my finishing point, getting back to long-term data, is when I find some solace actually in and some alignment with what we have been calling for within ETNO when I read in details the BEREC report and when I see in details the tables that BEREC shows. There is actually Anne showing the table, and if you look at page 41 and 43 of the BEREC report, you will see the full set, country by country, of long-term nominal returns, long-term equity returns, and long-term ERP. And what I am just simply asking for is please to look at the long-term historical equity returns. And there you will find consistently that these equity returns are high single digit, if not double digit. So my point here is the methodology has kept just one number for the ERP and adding it to zero risk-free rate for countries with zero risk-free rate. And we get a result. It's 5% expected equity return. And then when I look at the data that BEREC disclosed in its report, it says that there is a high single-digit, double-digit equity returns on all equity markets throughout all European countries. That's really summarizes the main inconsistency that we've been having, mixing up one number with local interest rates which are depressed, and it gives a result which is inconsistent with long-term historical returns, which is disclosed by BEREC. So I personally find some solace looking at those numbers, and I'm simply asking that the regulators look at those exact same numbers and explain why there is a difference.
Thank you, Fadel. Now we will have final feedback from Professor Stahl.
Okay, thank you. I think we can continue this discussion at a future time. This was a very interesting discussion. Next time, we should not get sidetracked in as many times as we did today. The total market return method is totally out of the question in Europe. I don't know of any regulatory, of any national regulator that uses the total market return method. It has been used for 2 or 3 years in Australia, but they have abolished it again. So I think we should concentrate on the important topics. And I go along with Fadel that inflation is the most important topic in the next few months. And we should concentrate on inflation and not talk about the other issues which have been discussed so many times, like the total market return method or aiming up. We should talk about the important things. Inflation is one of them. Thank you. And thank you, Anna. You did a good job.
Thank you very much. Thank you all the speakers. I would also like to thank the audience for their attention. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock, and you can use the same link to access the afternoon session. As I have mentioned in the chat, once we have permission from the speakers, we will upload the presentations on the events webpage together with the recording. So once again, thank you all, and I will see you in less than 1 hour.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. So welcome everybody. My name is Philippe Defresne and I'll be the moderator for this afternoon. This morning we had some detailed discussion on how the Commission and BEREC together are setting the WACC. And this afternoon we will talk about the future of WACC. So it means perhaps changing the methodology, having ideas to change the methodology, but also having more fundamental question is to discussing whether WACC will apply to future investment. It's a topic that several speakers alluded to this morning, and we will see together whether it's desirable, whether we should avoid it, whether it will happen at all. I'll start by introducing our distinguished panel. We have on the panel this afternoon Camilla Klock, who hardly needs any introduction. She's the head of unit at DG Connect, in charge, among other things, of the notice on WACC, but also, I would say personally, even more importantly, of the upcoming recommendation on access. I hope she can say a little word on that later. Keep it for later, Camilla. That way we're sure everybody will stay hooked until 3 p.m. And I should excuse Erzébet Fitori from Vodafone, who is unfortunately, due to health reason, had to bail out for this afternoon. I'm delighted to welcome Professor Ulrich Heger, who is a professor of finance at the Toulouse School of Economics, the prestigious school in the south of France. Fernando Cordero is an equity research analyst at the investment bank Santander in Spain, and in a previous life was a Telefónica engineer. So congratulations, Fernando, you are completely bilingual here, perhaps the only person that fully understands finance and telecom. And finally, my old friend Brian Williamson from Communication Chambers, who is one of the co-authors of the report presented by Stephen this morning. And you know, I've known Brian for many years as a guy advising industry and policymakers on telecom and other utilities, as Stephen said. But I learned, Stephen, that you became recently the British champion in something called gravel bike, which is in French VTT, so off-road bicycles. So congratulations for that. I see that some of us has been making good use of the spare time in the lockdown. So what I'd like to suggest is to do the following thing, is to have perhaps a gradual move from, in a way, continuing the conversation we started this morning on, the WACC methodology, and then gradually moving on, to what should be, the question of the future and broader policy issues. Should the WACC be applied to fiber? Should it be a higher WACC if there is a WACC for new assets, should it be high? This sort of thing, But first things first, I would suggest to continue in a way the conversation we started this morning. And I would like to turn to you, Uli, Professor Heger. I think you'll be the first to say that you're an expert in finance, but telecom is not your expertise. So that's great to have I guess a pair of fresh eyes to look at our sector. And when we had the preparatory meeting, you saw that perhaps one issue on which you'd like to comment is BEREC approach, which is to calculate
the equity risk premium, on the one hand, the risk-free rate on the other, and then add up both. And I think you suggested that you could perhaps comment on that.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Philippe, and thank you for having me on the round table. So indeed, that sort of like I think is an important issue, and right to think a little bit about where we are with the established WACC methodology, which has proven its worth and sort of like is used everywhere. It's for me not a coincidence that we are discussing now on the WACC, right? So why? It's because we are in a particular phase where the WACC used by regulators in telecoms, but also elsewhere, where had experience with that, is actually at a historical low, right? And that is linked to the method that we are using. So basically, we're using the WACC. You use the risk-free rate, the equity risk premium, and the beta, and the idea is that we let the risk-free rate vary over time, sort of like we take care to have the up-to-date risk-free rate, but we think that the risk premium is something that is time invariant and that can be added on the top. And this is actually a very intuitive approach, and sort of like I believed in this for a very long time, but the present time where we are in, I think in a roundtable that thinks about the future of WACC is also a moment to reflect about potential shortcomings with that approach, right? So, and that's why we've used a very long historic average, right? So people started just before the recession of the 1920s, and then so they had perhaps even 90 years of data is not long. Perhaps even that was an exceptional period of capitalism. We need to go back further, and that's the DMS data that BEREC is using, right? So it's a very nice exercise, very thorough exercise in using that approach. The problem is that the risk-free rate is time varying, we know that, and the methodology accounts for that. But the risk premium also time varying, right? So there's a lot of evidence in empirical asset pricing and cost of capital studies that show that there is huge time variation, and changing expected returns, changing realized returns, and over long horizons, right? There is for example, evidence showing that the equity risk premium estimated in various studies shot up by a few percentage points right after global financial crisis. You also see evidence in Pablo Ferrantes' annual surveys, right? So like they over the last decade, you could see that the risk-free rate were gradually coming down, but the equity risk premium were coming up. So let's keep in mind, that's the reason why we re-estimate the RF, right? And there are also approaches that re-estimate the equity risk premium frequently, but not the standard WACC methodology that the BEREC and many others are using. So why is the risk-free rate time varying? The conventional explanations is it's economic fluctuation, it's monetary policy, and of course, inflation expectation for nominal models. In the more fundamental perspective, going back to the foundations of asset pricing, the consumption-based approach of asset pricing, there's more that's driving variations in returns. It's changing expectations about the future, about growth, about risk to future consumption, about technology, and about big risk, like the risk that keeps us at home for this conference, pandemic, climate risks, all these kind of things could be factors here, and they could be persistent, and that's what we are talking about. They're not just foreseeable small-time business cycle fluctuation. The WACC modeling approach really focuses on the time variation that's more short-term, that comes from business cycle monetary policy. By doing so, it invites to neglect underlying shifts in expectations about growth and risk factors that might be persistent or might not be, but we don't know. And it also neglects the joint variation in the risk-free rates in the equity risk premium for which we have evidence, right, that they are not moving independently. And that's precisely what we have in mind for the period of the last 40 years, like the very long bull market, which has exceptionally high equity returns, but also a secular decline in risk-free rate. So going back to the consumption-based approach, is basically, I want to do this to make that point that there's something potentially amiss by thinking that we can basically separate the determination of the risk-free rate and base this on a much more short-term approach from the equity risk premium, which you think is time invariant. So the consumption-based model is actually the most general model that we can use, right? Unlike the WACC, it doesn't use the hypothesis that we can use a mean variant analysis. It's always like any cost of capital model, it can decompose the cost of capital estimate in a risk-free rate in a risk premium. But the priced risk factor need not be the equity risk premium. In the general approach of the consumption-based model, this is actually the stochastic discount factor. That's the priced risk factor, or more precisely, it's the variance of the stochastic discount factor divided by its expected value. I don't want to leave the WACC horizon, but I want to use insights from that model to actually think about, what can trigger joint variations at risk-free rate and the equity risk premium. And for doing that, I want to try whether I can upload a slide, just one slide for a second. Do you see the slide?
Yes.
Okay, and I should go to big screen. Okay, so sorry for playing the professor and putting you on the blackboard for just a minute. So basically what we have here is a model where agents allocate consumption between two periods, and they do this optimally given the expectation about the returns they can make by saving and their future consumption needs. And that leads what you see in the first equation here, basically this optimality condition, optimizing between present day consumption C0 and tomorrow's consumption C1. Right? The expected product of this term, beta being just the pure time preference, and then you have the ratio of the marginal consumption between tomorrow and today. That's the stochastic discount factor. The expected product of that stochastic discount factor times the uncertain return on risky asset, that must always be 1. That's just the optimality condition of consumers. I use for this demonstration a specific form of the utility function, constant relative risk aversion. Gamma is the risk aversion parameter. So then I can write this in, as you see in the last point here. Do you hopefully see my pointer here, like in this convenient way? Now, I want to use that to just demonstrate very simply what we can see about the risk-free rate. The risk-free rate has this property that can take it out from the expectation. Why? Because it's a risk-free rate. It has always the same return, whatever the state of nature tomorrow is. So I take it out. I'm left here with just the expected value of the stochastic discount factor. So we have this robust inverse relation between the risk-free rate and the expected stochastic discount factor. Now, the simple form very widely used in finance of the utility function I'm using, CRA function or power utility, allows me to rewrite that in a simpler way. Let's assume G is the growth rate on consumption, which is stochastic, right? Sort of like it's inside the expectation. But this ratio of the marginal utilities for this function actually conveniently rewrites in that way, right? And I can eliminate the C0, I just have the growth factor here. What you basically see is a very clear relationship between expected consumption growth and the risk-free rate. If you have a negative shock that we expect consumption tomorrow to be lower, right? Growth is lower, or we have to do more to maintain our consumption level, then the risk-free rate is actually going down. What it means is that agents becoming more patient, they are saving more, right? They're expecting, and let me stop sharing the screen. They're basically expecting, for example, there could be future pandemics. They need to invest into that future. They invest in telecoms, for that, for this future issues. So that's the idea of the model, right? So now, two mental exercises. First, what happens if we just have the same expected value of, growth in consumption, return on our risky assets, our investments, but just the uncertainty widens. We have more uncertainty. So that would basically be an increase in the volatility of future consumption, aggregate consumption for the entire economy, for all of Europe. That's what we're talking about. Whereas the mean value is the same. That would mean we still have an effect on the stochastic discount factor, right? This is just because we have curvature, because we have risk averse agents, and that's the beauty of using this abroad, right? So it's by Jensen's inequality that the stochastic discount factor goes up. And since we have this inverse relationship I showed you, the risk free rate goes down. So that's what it means, right? Sort of like a increased uncertainty means that also you're willing to save more, and you do this, you care more about the future with a lower risk-free rate. But you can also see in this case, the expected return on the universe of the risky assets, right? So the expected total, or the market return, as we'd call it, is constant. So we see risk-free rate going down. By the assumption of this example, I just have an increase in the volatility. The total return remains constant. So the equity risk premium goes up, the risk-free rate goes down. So this mental exercise shows an inverse relationship between the equity risk premium and the risk-free rate. Second exercise for completeness, let's assume about a growth shock, right? Becoming a little more skeptical, less optimistic about the future growth that you can realize, right? So it's a decrease in mean, whereas we keep the volatility of future consumption constant. In that case, we will also get a risk-free rate is going down, but we also have in that case a decrease in the total return, right? So the effect on the equity risk premium could go both sides. So generally, it's likely if I use naive parameters, if I have a sort of like a relatively low impact on the risk-free rate, then it's likely that the equity risk premium is going down, moves in the same direction. But I could have the inverse relationship as before in my first exercise as well. So what's the message of this exercise? Right? Going back really to something which is very modern days asset pricing, where we focus on that. It shows that the equity risk premium and the risk-free rate are actually not moving independently. If the decrease in the risk-free rates that we are basically experienced over the last 10 years in particular, but going back further, it really goes back to the deflation period of the 1980s. So it's a 40-year period secular trend. If that is driven not just by whims of the central banks, but is reflecting underlying changes. And even if you think it's the ECB's fault, right, that we're in the current predicament, the ECB is reacting to policy challenges. It's reacting that it needs to give more monetary policy stimulus to boost investment. So there is something deeper going on. In this case, we should just not take, for granted that we can keep the ERP constant. So message is, when we change the RF, the risk-free rate in a consistent manner, in a persistent manner, as we have done in particular over the last 10 years, we should also look out what is happening to the ERP, right? I should stop with that answer, right? Exactly. So Philip, you can give me 30 more seconds.
We don't want to stop you. I wanted to ask the following question. The risk-free rate can raise for many reasons,
Yeah.
It can be, as you said, optimism from consumers. They consume more, overeating of the economy, risk-free rate. But if we look at what's going on in Europe today, it's not like in the US where, there is shortage of workers. It's because gas prices are going up, so it is not because European consumers are. So would you say that, your reasoning depend on the fundamental reason why the risk rate raises, or is it like universal? It raises
exactly. So this risk-free rate, I should say this in this model, the risk-free rate is a completely synthetic rate. It's a real risk-free rate. It's even better than Richard Stahl's Bund and only AAA, because they are still like, what you do it in practice, and we have to do it in practice. This is not based on a security. This is just assuming that we have a synthetic product that guarantees the same consumption in each state of the world, right? So like that's what it really is, right? So in that sort of like that risk-free rate is changing. So that's what we have here in that model. That's important to think about. So it's right, but of course, what markets do should follow that, right? Sort of like this model is just, we can calibrate this model to reality, and people do, right? And sort of like calculate state prices and things like that. And then sort of like the proxies that we observe for the risk-free rate, like from the German Bund and other AAA rated securities, should be close to that, right? So that's the idea. Right?
Thank you. If other panelists allow me, I'd like to stay with you a bit longer. As we said, we would first debate more technical issues, so to speak, that we started this morning, and then gently moving to more general policy issues associated with the remuneration of capital in our beloved sector. Now, the other question I'm dreaming to ask you, Uli, is the point that several speakers alluded to this morning, that was debated this morning, is whether the equity risk premium should be assessed by looking back. The DMS approach largely used by BEREC, not solely. They don't have the data for some Eastern European countries. And some panelists this morning advocating for a more forward-looking approach. What do you make of this?
Exactly. So I think what I just said about the potential correlation between a time-varying equity risk premium and a risk-free rate is actually a point in case of looking at that, right? Sort of like it is basically saying that we should be careful of using a totally historic, like a ERP estimate, right? Sort of like we should account for methods that allow for this time variation, because it is varying over time. So that's the main message. And I think, and I come back to your question, that also is an argument in favor of using methods that do so, that are not history based, right? Sort of like they basically, my view on this is that we should use both, but I'm very comfortable. The one thing I would always, recommend to do is the WACC, but we need to have reality checks on the WACC. Are we in a period where we have reasons to think that, in a persistent way, the evolution goes away from this long-term historic average? And I think like forward-looking methods, the dividend discount model, and similar methods could actually help there, right? Sort of like these methods used in under various names. DDM is, I think, is most the most referred to term in the WACC community, but in financial economics, we also talk about the implied cost of capital, right? They actually have three appeals, right? The first, as mentioned, right? They can address this issue that a historical average WACC is not good at basically keeping track of time varying conditions, and there, right? The second issue related to it, of course, is that these forward-looking methods keep track of the current market conditions. Right? Basically, what you're doing, you're calculating an internal rate of return or total market return. Right? This is like conceptually is very close related to that. From having estimates of the future cash flows for the investors, dividends, that's dividend discount model, and the current market value, right? You strip that out. And a third appeal, and that's something I would like to emphasize, which is not obvious, is that it actually gets us out of the potential by overemphasizing realized returns. If we have persistent changes in the returns, and this is long debates, right? Sort of like, then actually the WACC methods over averaging can have serious problems. And this is the case when we have a longer term repricing because of an adjustment of the returns downwards. And there are reasons that this could happen, right? It could have to do with, as I said, like fundamental changes about the risk nature and the consumption growth prospects that we have, right? If it's true that we are, you know, in a maturing stage of capitalism, then we should expect that growth is going down, and this should have ramifications to the returns that we're doing. There's various, you know, discussions about this, how this could happen. And then historical methods looks at the realized returns, right? What is happening if the discount rate goes down is that asset values go up, right? There's a lot of discussion about the asset pricing inflation over the last 10 years and going back further, and that's a manifestation of that. So you have this divergence between realized returns and, you know, required returns, and a WACC method, a historical method, is notoriously bad at looking at this difference, right? Sort of like, it can make things worse. Your required returns have come down, but because this downward trend of the required returns has driven up asset pricing, the realized returns have going up, so you're mispricing even more. And that's a third reason, a third appealing factor for me, why I would think looking at these forward-looking methods like the DDM methods is actually very important. So but perhaps I can jump on this in a later discussion. I would not think we should replace it, right? So I would agree with Richard Saylor's skepticism about, you know, about the British regulators are doing, but it's a very useful second approach as a reality check when the WACC method is going wrong for the reasons that I mentioned.
And just for people, you know, watching us, so how would you do it in practice? So you say we don't ditch the WACC approach, but we use other approach, whether you call it DDM or implied cost of capital, and what you sort of shed a different light on the figure that you derive from your traditional WACC approach, and I don't know, you revise it up. I mean, what do you do? How do you reconcile what the two models generate?
It's an approach where you think that, you know, benevolent regulators, as we are fortunate to have here in Europe, might sort of like take various approach to get at the same animal, which is the cost of capital. And of course, hopefully, we always think if you crunch numbers, you get, you know, very precise point estimates, and they are, you know, miraculously converging at the same point. That's not the case, right? It's similar if you do a valuation axis, when you basically the same approach as DDM, discounted cash flow method, and use a multiple approach. Why are you doing this? Because you think in one of the two methods, for various reasons, there could be errors, right? Why do you not trust, if you're valuing a company, for example, not trust your cash flow forecast? Because they're always based on assumption. And that's a big drawback, of course, of all the DDM and ICC methods, that you need to make assumption about the growth of future cash flows, right? Like the Gordon model, and you can use this with differential growth models like Daniel Kapp at the ECB, who we couldn't see this morning, is doing, and others are doing. But still, you're making big assumptions, right? And that, for that kind of check, you want to have a second approach. So what I'm thinking is by basically using both, right? And basically, you could still base the regulatory approach on the WACC as the main tool, and think about, you know, you're constantly monitoring the DDM approach as basically seeing, is there some orange or red alert signaling there, because this gives me a drastically different approach. And then I'm using this to use my margin of discretion, where I need to, in the end, you always need to have some discretionary adjustment. If you look at the BEREC report, for example, in the end, it leans on the high side of the ERP estimate, right? Because they themselves think, you know, if you just take this long average across all the European countries, we might actually get to an unreasonable low ERP estimate, especially in the current environment. So basically, rather than, it's basically an approach that helps you to base this on a second set of evidence. That's the approach that I would mostly mandate.
Thank you, thank you. I'm sure we will come back to that later in debate. Thank you very much. I suggest now to turn to Fernando Cordero from Santander. And your job at the bank is to advise clients on whether they should buy or sell their telecom stocks, Fernando. So the job that Stephen had in the past. And you know, a naive question which I'm burning to ask you is do your clients who buy and sell stock care about the WACC that, you know, we spend the whole day here discussing. I hope they do, otherwise what are we doing? You know?
Yeah. First thing, thanks Philip for your introduction at the beginning. Also, thanks ETNO for including me in the panel. No? So on that question, no, obviously, and let me use another way to refer to name the WACC, that is returns, because this is what the investor is looking for. No? So in that sense, it is true that particularly when we were talking to the old days on the sector, when the wholesale services, particularly on monopolistic networks, are or were quite relevant, at that point, the WACC on the networks used in order to obtain the pricing of the regulated pricing of the wholesale services, either traffic or infrastructure services, mattered a lot. And in that sense, that was one of the elements that one of the drivers behind the investment decisions of the institutional investors. No? But I believe that that life has, as in many other sectors, has changed. No? And in that sense, probably right now, when we are talking about particularly legacy, I believe that the WACC calculation, the WACC outcome, even the regulatory framework in terms of pricing is mattering less and less to the investors. And this approach is mainly driven because at the end, we are in, let's say, in a strong trend of updating the networks, of upgrading the networks. And in that sense, let's say, not only the technological profile of the networks, but also, and even more importantly, the competition framework is materially changing. And we are evolving from monopolistic legacy networks to competitive next generation networks, which at the end is what let's say, which is lowering the, let's say, the relevance of the WACC, particularly when remunerating the legacy networks, the relevance of the WACC in the investor decisions when buying or selling telecom stocks. No?
Mm-hmm. And you're not saying that because Telefonica sold most of its copper loops to Macquarie 2 weeks ago. You're saying that in general for incumbent that haven't. You know? Exactly.
At the end of the day, it's let's say it's a sector trend. And in that point, sorry, let's say the WACC is relevant, of course, for the investor, but not just thinking on a certain segment of the asset portfolio of the telco players, on the business as a whole, because there is also a really not only interesting, relevant trend, which is the intrinsic separation or the intrinsic unbundling in the sector between infrastructure and service operations, which I believe makes or matters a lot when thinking on which WACC we should apply, and on the different drivers and the different elements to calculate that WACC. Because at the end, the risk profile of the assets is materially different.
Yeah. So maybe we should come back to this important issue. I mean, perhaps later in the debate, Fernando, you are alluding to what we saw, you know, spectacularly with towers, with mobile towers in the last few years, which are, you know, in a number of cases, no longer on the balance sheet of some of the mobile operators, still some, or partially, like for Vodafone. And we see perhaps the beginning of a trend on the fiber side. And so what is a telecom operator and what is the, you know, it's being redefined. Yeah, but without, maybe it's a good topic for the debate. But staying with, you know, even traditional vertically integrated fixed operators, what do you make of the argument which, you know, we heard from Fadel, from Stephen this morning, that you know, okay, there is a debate, how do you remunerate copper investment? You know, that's an important debate, and then there is a completely different debate, which is that be careful, regulators, because investors are watching you, and even if they are future-oriented and think fiber and so on, they fear that whatever treatment, you know, you reserve for copper, they know that 10 years down the road, this is how they will be treated. What do you make of this argument?
I could say that, let's say, particularly when comparing copper with the new investments with fiber networks, no? And I believe that at the end is the key point here. And in that sense, the competitive landscape when thinking on fixed networks is evolving as well. And it also depends on a market per market basis, as it is also, for example, the case on the risk rate when coming back to the WACC discussion. No? But here the point on the, let's say, the regulatory framework, let's say that while the regulation on the copper and consequently the tools in order to materialize the regulation in wholesale prices and so on, the use of the WACC is material. I do not see that being so relevant going forward in competitive infrastructure assets, which is going to be the most common, not always the most common case in the European telco markets. As I said, it depends on a per country basis, because not the conditions and even the current reality in terms of deployment of these next generation networks, particularly on the fixed side, is different. And we can enter into that, but at the end, we should, or I would say, the regulatory framework is materially depending, in my view, on the competition level. That is not, in my view, this is obvious. And consequently, also the tools in order to reflect or to materialize that regulation.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a wild question, Fernando, but perhaps, this is when we lay the foundation for the debate. I would like to ask a bit of a wild question. There is, sometimes conversation with friends in the industry who say, look, the European Commission is, European politicians are desperate that we don't have more digital entrepreneurs. In Europe, we are good in producing cars, producing a number of things, but basically software Americans and electronic is Asian, to summarize. And when you look at the potential candidates for a future, to pick up on a future industrial policy, perhaps industrial policy is becoming again a fashionable thing to discuss in political circles. You look at the candidates for carrying this European policy, and of course in electronics, ICT, telcos are possible candidates. When you speak to telcos, they say, look, Philip, we'd love to do that, but if you look at our profitability, it's far too low. So with that short return, we're unable to take risk. Any new venture, when you completely change your strategy, launch new thing like they do in Silicon Valley, requires taking big risk, and the level of profitability that we have now doesn't allow us to do that. How do you react? How do your investor look at that, the potential prospect of having our telcos, perhaps being, as you suggested earlier, a bit less involved in passive investment, which would be on other people's balance sheet, and themselves sort of climbing up the value chain and trying more risky businesses. How do you see that? It's a bit of a wild question, but
it is, but at the end is relevant. No, let's say first thing, as in many other sectors, where the strong competitive advantage of the telco players in Europe is in connectivity services. And in that sense, it is also a business that requires, we all know, massive investments, let's say all the discussion on the returns on those investments. But on the other hand, it is also true that when thinking on this unbundling of the sector between infra and service co, and at which extent the telecom operators can maintain their relevant position on the connectivity side, also on the service side, on top of the connectivity, probably there have been others that came earlier to the market. Let me put it in that way, no? And in that sense, although there are some segments, and this discussion has to be analyzed in a segment view, that is consumer segment, business to business, and so on, it is true that the market has already made some relevant steps. Or in other words, there are already very relevant players on the cloud side, on the, let's say, big data side, and so on. So I'm not saying that the telcos have completely lost this race, or in other words, that they cannot invest in these new services. But it is true that the competitive landscape has been already, let's say, or is largely set up. So it's not so easy, no? Having said that, they have some elements, the telcos, and for example, their material network, commercial capacity, because at the end, we are always talking about infra networks or telecom networks, but also we have to take into account how relevant is the sales network of the operators, of the telecom operators. And this is one element in order to, let's say, allow them to expand the service offering beyond connectivity. No? But if we are thinking on cloud services, if we are thinking on big data and so on, let's say that the position of the telcos is not as strong as it is in connectivity, and consequently, the let's say the risk profile of future investments probably is higher. No?
Higher. Okay, thank you. Just one more question, and then we will turn to other, to Camila and Brian. Fernando, when you look at the market cap of all telcos, I mean most telcos, perhaps not Deutsche Telekom, but that's a special case, or Cellnex, that's another special. But if you look at the others, it is pretty depressing. It has been flat or declining for the last 20 years. Is it important? What do you make of that?
Absolutely.
Why should regulators and observers worry about that, and why?
Because at the end, what we know, and this is a fact, and just looking, for example, to the stock telecom index, minus 40% in the last 6 years. Sorry. So at the end, we should read, or we should think about it. No, in that sense, first thing.
Well, the overall stock market is booming. I mean, this is what,
exactly. That is absolutely true as well. So in that sense, basically 2 points, and let me simplify a lot the discussion, because the discussion probably is quite wide, no? But trying to simplify, at the end of the day, when an asset is or when a stock is going down, is one, or the future outlook is poorer, that probably is probably reflected of price to the propensity growth or the growth assumptions in our let's say valuation models, or the returns required for the asset or the implicit cost of capital is higher. And I believe that probably the second part is the one that has been driving mainly, not only, but mainly the recent performance of the midterm performance of the telco sector. And we have to take into account that there are two, let's say, completely opposite stories between the pure infra players and the traditional telco players, particularly those more integrated, the former incumbents. No? So in that sense, again, I'm simplifying a lot the discussion, but for me, if I have at least qualitatively say, the clear element behind the, let's say, this weak performance of the telco sector is basically the increased implicit cost of capital. There are several reasons for that. The risk profile of the sector has increased, and because at the end, competition on the end user side continues to be strong. The sector, let's say the traditional integrated players, continue to, let's say, to fight two players. And I'm talking about just connectivity, I'm not talking about the different regulation to, let's say, OTTs and so on. This is a different debate. What I'm talking is, let's say, the entry barriers for newcomers in this sector are quite low due to the wholesale, due to several things. It is true that the traditional telco players are having one very relevant, let's say, advantage, which is the economies of scale as well. No? But at the end of the day, again, we can discuss what are the reasons behind this high implicit cost of capital, but we believe that this is the major or the main, let's say, driver behind this weak performance of the sector. No? It is true that the outlook should be, or the growth outlook or the growth prospects should also be taken into account, of course.
Yeah.
And at the end, as in many other cases, and for example, I perfectly understand and share the views from Mr. Hedge in terms of linking the risk-free rate with the equity risk premium. Also, the growth outlook should be linked as well with the, let's say, the return required from the investors.
Thank you very much, Fernando. Stay with us. We'll come back to you. I'm sure Uli and others would want to come back to that. Before going to Camilla, Brian, I was wondering whether you wanted to comment on you know, what has been said so far, and perhaps what among other ideas discussed in your report, perhaps pick up on one idea in your report, which is that, you know, the way legacy investments assets are being treated inform investors on future, the treatment of future investment. We heard a note of caution, and not a complete denial, a note of caution from Fernando. Do you want to reinforce or elaborate on that, perhaps?
Sure. Regarding the point that Fernando made about perhaps a decreasing relevance of a regulated WACC, I think my view on that is it would be nice to see a decreasing relevance of a regulated WACC. And in order to achieve that, that means regulators need to look seriously at the competitive environment and, in a sense, limit the scope of regulation. So I don't think that's inevitable, but I think it's desirable to move in that direction. Nevertheless, the regulated legacy assets do matter to those thinking about what returns they can get on new investment, and entrants in particular, who we've seen in the fibre market. And so I think it's not just a question about thinking about the value of companies, but thinking about the incentive to invest in the high capacity networks at the margin. There's no question we're seeing investment. It's a question of the extent and pace of that investment. And one of the things that will matter to an investor entering the market is, you know, what is the price of copper? They may not be regulated themselves, but that's a benchmark against which they will have to sell their product. So that's a couple of points on that. I'll say I did like the discussion going back to the consumption model. Reminded me of things I learned some time ago. And in a sense, that kind of said, don't be trapped by too narrow a view of what you think you're dealing with technically, but take a broader view. You have to be a little bit pragmatic and exercise some judgment. If you just settle on one model and don't look at the broader environment, you can make mistakes. So you can, you know, there was quite a theoretical slide on the screen, but perhaps it has quite a practical implication. And just to take that point a bit further, the paper we wrote mentions this question of both aiming up, but also the notion of fair bet, which there may be UK concepts in terms of the terminology, but I think they're general points. And fundamentally, those come back to the fact that telecoms is not really like a utility like water pipes or gas pipes. It's different. You have competition, you have entry, you have quite substantial changes in the technology. And those things mean that investors face risks that they, the combination of that uncertainty about future returns on investment with regulation creates a risk that you don't see in the other utilities. And that's the risk that essentially the regulator caps your upside potential if they decide to regulate fibre, but they can't guarantee you that you won't make losses on the downside. In the water industry, if demand falls, you just put the price up. It's not a problem. It's a monopoly and you're going to buy it anyway. With fibre, that's not the same. So one way of thinking about why you might want to be more generous, if you like, in general terms, and that's not just on the WACC, it's on the overall position on regulation, it might just mean forbearance, is because of that asymmetry in the interaction of regulation and demand uncertainty, which you don't see in the other utilities as a whole. Perhaps to some extent in elements of electricity networks now, but generally it's a telecoms phenomena. But the other argument is the aiming up argument is about the fact that as policymakers at the European Commission, they've made a decision in a sense that they want to see more rather than less investment at the margin. So they don't really want to be neutral about investment. They want to see investment in these next generation networks. And if you think the social costs of setting the cost of capital a little too low versus a little too high are asymmetric, then you might aim up in that range. And that the paper I shared in the morning was precisely about that point. Now, as to whether or not that is still practice, the most recent reference point in the UK is that the Competition and Markets Authority undertook a review of the water regulators' price determination, and the CMA argued for and allowed for some aiming up in that outcome. So it's not a historical point alone. I think those are some of the key points. So the fact that you do have to exercise judgment, you have to be mindful of what the objectives are, and that telecoms is fundamentally different from utilities.
Thank you very much, Brian. Camilla, it seems to be a natural point to turn to you. I would like to start by a very quick question. You can almost answer by yes or no, as far as I'm concerned, or elaborate before we handle more broader policy issues. But one question I always dream of asking you is whether this much debated choice of having a union-wide, a European Union-wide equity risk premium versus, a decision at national level is either, a European Commission a European Commission-wide policy, because the European Commission is keen to create a single market for financial services, blah, 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 blah. Or is it a methodological choice that was made by, let's call it Connect, for the sake of the WACC notice? I'm just trying to understand whether there is a point, discussing this, because it can be changed, or whether this is such an important European Commission-wide policy that there is, it's purely academic. So what is it? What is the level of decision on EU-wide equity risk premium?
Thank you very much, Philippe, and hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. Maybe I will indeed start from your question, which would also probably allow me to come back on some elements mentioned by Ulrich, and I think on the other elements that Fernando and Brian were mentioning, I guess we will have still opportunity to comment. So I would say the choice is very simple, and it was expressed in the notice on WACC, which was published and which we are very closely following, and we are not planning to change. The WACC notice, and I think it's extremely important to keep telling this, because I think there is a lot of confusion, and I will also later on come back on the Brian's argument of very significant impact on the legacy WACC notice on prices, and in particular on what is situation on the copper prices in that case, but also on the situation of the regulation of the fiber, because I also find it a little bit far-reaching, although both your paper and the presentations was super interesting. Maybe one very important thing, we are really talking here about legacy WACC notice. We are talking about copper. The notice, as you know, was proposed by us and published in 2018. De facto, it had 1 year transition period for the NRAs to follow. We have applicability of the notice now for 6 months. I just want to make sure that we are working in parallel now, as you know, on the review of access recommendation. I will come back to this when we will be in particular looking into the pricing of very high capacity networks, in particular in this case fiber, where there are new provisions in the code. We are talking about project-specific risks in the context of very high capacity networks. So there is a lot of considerations to be taken into account, and I sometimes find discussion on the legacy WACC with, of course, which is, I understand, extremely important, and from maybe also theoretical perspective, very relevant. I find in practical perspective, as also Fernando mentioned, from the point of view of investors, a little bit outdated, to be absolutely honest. I think we need to look a bit forward. We need to look into regulatory framework that code brought and what will come next. So I think this is very important, but there is no indication from the Commission side to change the WACC notice, legacy notice. I think that's that I want
No,
to
no,
underline.
sorry, but forgive me, Camille. I was not asking as much. I'm not sure if you replied on whether this is a decision that, you know, I'm saying connect, you understand what I mean. Of course, it's always the college, but is it like a telecom policy, or is it, or have you been told by the guys running financial services, Camila, this is the party line, and, you know, don't even think about it. This was my question. You know?
Philippe, I'm moving to your question, in fact, right now.
Sorry, no, sorry, I don't want to rush you. I don't want to rush you.
I know that I wanted short answer, and we are getting long one, but I'm also referring to what was said before. Very briefly, sometist of all, it's not DG Connect decision, it's a college decision. So I'm sometimes a bit surprised with putting, and it's for sure not Camila's decision or anyone else in DG Connect. So we have our procedures, we have our checks and balances, we have our inter-service consultations, and even more in the tech context of the indeed ERP is very important, and our choice that was made in the notice, very important to mention it. We also have our way of consulting with stakeholders, and this is also where I want to come back, why we chosen the EU ERP. If you look at the staff working document that we publish with the notice, we give the arguments for the choice of the EU ERP based on the consultations which we have done, based on the report that we commissioned. So I think the few very important elements to mention is, first of all, there was rather high support for the EU-wide ERP. There was also, this was also very much supported in particular by BEREC and regulators, which is also for us very important because these are our main clients and those who would be implementing and are implementing the notice. What is also very important, it was to some extent, for example, what BEREC was underlining in the response, there was this argument that indeed RFR, so risk-free rate, should be the one which is reflecting more domestic circumstances, whereas ERP should be the one which is reflecting broader view. That was also very much supported by the study that we commissioned from the Brattle Group, which also saw that we should very much concentrate on historic data, which I also want to come back to what Ulrich said in general on the use of, for example, discounting models. This was not really supported by NRAs. There were very limited examples, and we should base our notice also on the experience of the NRAs and what is currently applicable. There were very, very few examples of the NRAs who would be using these methods. Why we had absolute majority of respondents who were really considering that historic observations are much better historic data than surveys of financial investors. So we very much based our assessment, based our choices on what was coming from the practice. I, of course, listen to Ulrich, and we see that the economic situation is changing. I think nobody is questioning the impact of the pandemic. But again, WACC notice is applicable to the legacy network. I don't think it is very much appropriately covered in this case of the types of the network, in terms of a copper network, to discuss the impact of the pandemic per se. I think the impact of the pandemic, the situation, economic situation, is much more relevant when we are discussing the new investments. So I think this is also a very important point to make. So if you ask me for a short answer, there is, it wasn't DG Connect decision, it was the Commission decision based on the evidence that we gathered, the studies that we commissioned, and the public consultation, the views of the regulatory community, and I think we stick to our views.
Thank you, Camila. Very clear, very clear. You already alluded to it when you said that, you know, why do we focus so much on legacy WACC? Let's look at the future. Would you want to add a few reassuring words or not for Stephen this morning and other speakers who fear that you know, the heavy regulation on legacy will sooner or later be applied to future investment? This is what I believe. I'm speaking under the control of more economists. I think it's sometimes called by economists the hold-up effect. You know, you you sunk cost. Is it? I see Uli nodding. You sunk cost into a project, you know, and then after that you're in the hands of regulators or of a unique buyer. That can also be the regulators on the niveau. Is there a risk of that, or would you want to reassure the audience that it won't happen? You know, what are the
Thank you for this question as well, Philippe. I will start maybe from what we see currently, and then I will indeed move to what is in the regulatory framework, but also Fernando mentioned very well, and what are the consequences of that for the in particular the regulation of fiber. I would start with what we see currently. I also saw the question in the chat: what is the impact on WACC on the prices? I think BEREC, and I see Anna-Gret in the call, made a very good estimation, which is quite adequate, that basically 1% change of WACC, I'm talking about legacy WACC, has an impact on copper prices between 5 and 15%. However, and I think this is also important to notice, and Anna-Gret, you are very much welcome to comment and also and add on, because I'm very much relying on your estimates and data. But I'm also looking at the decisions that we have seen recently. The changes in the WACC, which also Silas showed you, have not led to significant changes of the prices of copper. Now I'm talking now in first place on the prices of copper, because this is also relevant in case of cost-oriented prices and regulation of fiber in the future, because that's there is a link. So partially because it was outbalanced by cost. So we also see it in many notifications, in particular now when we see the migration from copper to fiber. So basically the outbalancing of cost is really making difference on prices. We don't see what we had seen in the past, significant jumps of copper prices in the regulatory decisions notified to us. So I think this is one element also partially replying to the questions. And I don't know if Anna-Gret or Silas would like to add on or...
No, thank you. I think you have explained this very well. I just wanted to add 2 points. One is with regard to is there there was the intention of the WACC notice to harmonize and to converge, and I think on the very instructive slide that Silas showed, exactly we see the convergence of the WACC. Yeah, from those countries that have notified so far. And so this effect can be seen. I think that is an important, so the methodological differences are reduced or even vanishing. Yeah, I think that is an important point. And the other one you mentioned already, it is relevant still because it makes 5 to 15% change or when you change the WACC by 1%. And maybe final point, coming back to this being more consistent and means also that the objective of the internal market is better reached, yeah, from all, and I think that is an important element of the whole framework. And I guess you will then maybe mention also that the new tools or the way we can apply the tools will be more cautious and more differentiated to reflect the development that we will see on fiber investment. Maybe you can add to this, playing back the ball.
Thanks a lot, Anna-Gret. So I'm taking back the ball. Indeed, Anna-Gret, the very important element that Silas shown in the slide with the assessed by us notifications is indeed harmonization effect of the notice, in particular as regards the value of WACC that are notified to us. We are, again, this is not the purpose of the notice is not to harmonize the WACC across Europe, but the purpose of the notice is, of course, by setting up the same methodology, similar methodology, to make sure that the WACC does not diverge considerably at the end of the day and reflects both the European and national conditions. Now moving to the second part of the questions, which is, I think, very, very important. I think there is a very important element that we should take into account, and Fernando was already mentioning that investors seems to also recognize this already. There is the impact of per se WACC on legacy networks for many reasons will be probably limited on what will be happening in terms of fiber regulation for many reasons. First of all, I think also Silas mentioned this in the morning, the regulatory framework that we have now in the place with the code provides for many elements which are making the finding of the SMP or application of cost-oriented prices on the significant market operators rather unlikely or very much limited. So basically, I will start maybe with our regulatory practice. We have seen that we adopted a review of recommendation on the relevant markets in 2020, and there is a clear trend. We are reducing the number of markets that are recommended for regulation, ex-ante regulation in Europe. So we are now limiting them to de facto 2 markets, the classic local broadband access market and to the business connectivity market. And I think this is also very much important.
To play the devil advocate just 1 second. The 2 markets you erase, you set the prices anyway. MTRs, FTRs, the price are set at EU level. You know, no, I'm just doing my job.
Yes.
No, it's fine.
Yes.
It's fine. Yeah. But
yes, Philippe, that's also true. But I think what is also very important to mention in the context of the termination markets is also what we see in terms of notifications. Quite many of the NRAs decided indeed to stay with the euro rate regulation only and resigned from imposing other conditions on this market. So I think it's also important to balance, and we had seen it in other markets that were taken out from the list previously, that the process of deregulating fully these markets is a bit longer. It of course depends on the national conditions. So we take this into account in the assessment done by the NRAs if the continuation of regulation is necessary or not. Also, the Euro Rate Delegated Act is up for the review at some stage. So we'll also see if the pricing regulation termination markets is necessary. Although, as all economists in this room know, indeed termination markets are relatively classic and natural monopolist markets, which we also reflected in our assessment under the SMP. In the recommendation of relevant markets, and the decision to take them out from the list is still based on the fact that indeed there is a price cap imposed at the European level.
Yeah. Sorry.
So
yes.
that's just to reply to your side comment.
So you said reduction to 2 markets. Yeah.
Yes, reduction to 2 markets. The second thing, which is extremely interesting, and I think we had seen it in many cases, is also change of the SMP operators, or very often lifting and lack of the evidence that we are still having SMP operators, in particular nationally. So look at some of the recent decisions of the NRA, starting with the Danish NRA, which looked completely differently at the market. We are talking here about regional markets where fiber had been rolled out mostly by the electricity and basically the distribution companies in electricity in the framework of the regional markets. And the next question that is appearing on the horizon, are those operators new dominant companies in the regional market? So there is a complete shift. In some cases, depending on the infrastructure competition, and we see it very much coming also from the notifications from NRAs, it would be more and more difficult to have national SMP with the migration from copper to fiber, with the local players or regional players emerging, some of them taking the position of the dominant companies in their local market, some of them basically ensuring that there is very, very strong competition, infrastructure competition. So I think this is something to take into account, because that also impacts the decreasing of the regulation with the introduction of fiber, and we see it already. Now back very quickly to the provisions of the code. In order to impose regulation, the very, very high test is now imposed on NRAs. on these markets. Indeed, in finding now the SMP under the infrastructure-based competition markets with the regional competition is becoming more and more difficult. And I think you can also see it with complexity of the notifications that we are getting, like, for example, the Danish one, but there were many more where indeed the regulators went very deeply into assessing the competitive situation locally, regionally, more than nationally. The second thing is also the code provisions, where we have many provisions that are lightening the regulatory framework towards some of the operators. One is, of course, co-investment provisions under Article 76, under which, as you know, in case of the co-investment projects in which the SMP operator, so dominant operator, is involved, Commission, we regulators will not be able to impose the cost-oriented prices. There is same time flexibility. We are talking here about fair and reasonable pricing in the context of the co-investment. The second is wholesale only provisions of the code with Article 79, which is also not linking regulation with cost-oriented regulation, which also means that for fiber, it would be difficult in such cases to regulate them based on the per se WACC notice on legacy network. I don't think it is any longer applicable in such cases. So these are the very important provisions. Finally, what the code is imposing with the fiber, with Article 74 in particular, is indeed looking into the specific risk related to the new investments in fiber, which is absolutely crucial, because it means also that we'll have to look broader and see how, if such risks indeed exist, because there are different views on that. Look, I'm sure might raise the fact that according to ECTA, the risk of investing in fiber is low or close to zero, but majority of the respondents to consultation that Visionary Analytics was doing in the context of the study for access recommendation was rather indicating that these risks are higher. And we'll have to see in the access recommendation how we look into this issue. So these are the main elements. What I want to say, the per se link of the price regulation, cost-oriented price regulation of fiber, is not so evident anymore with the new regulatory framework. Hence, the perceived risk that the WACC on legacy networks might influence the pricing of fiber, I think it's a little bit overestimated.
Thank you, Camila. And we'll definitely come back perhaps later on this business of risk associated to fiber for I understand the few cases where the regulators will still have perhaps to regulate prices. I'm looking at Luc Hendrik's question in the chat, and I think one could perhaps be handled by you to start with, Fernando. Earlier on, I asked you whether why do you think that the market caps of most telco was going down, and whether we as public policy people, why we should worry about that? And Luc is pointing to Iliad, the famous French operator, but now active in, I think, what is it, 5 markets in Europe, I think, at least 5 that I can think of. And they pulled out of the stock market. And I remember seeing the press release, but I forgot why the CEO pulled out his company out of what is your view on that?
And in that sense, I would say it's not just a question of Iliad. If we take a look on the last 2 years, there are several examples of companies being delisted. The case of Iliad, the case of Altice, the case of MásMóvil, the case of Euskaltel, the case of Play. There are many of them. No? So in that sense, it is a trend. It's not just a fact. No? And one of the elements that we have at the end have to consider is that particularly knowing who are the ones that are delisting these companies, no? Particularly, or even the founder and the majority owner, or private equities, no? Which probably they are having the flexibility to have longer term investment decisions. because many of the institutional investors are not having that flexibility. That at the end, I have to recognize, it also implies into the, let's say, implicitly talking into the calculation of the WACC, which is at the end the source of this discussion. No? Because at the end, I have to recognize that probably into the stock market, among let's say, particularly on the sell side where I am, let's say, WACC calculation is not so deep as it is, for example, the case from private equities and so on. Also because these kind of investors tend to look into assets that are quite homogeneous, while, for example, the case of the big telcos in Europe are quite heterogeneous. Let's say, I wouldn't say holdings, but conglomerates. No, so
can you just elaborate a little bit on that, because it's not entirely clear. I do not see the difference between Altice and Iliad and, I don't know, Orange and KPN. You know?
Yeah, no. For example, the case is, and probably not so much in these two cases, but for example, when we are talking about the case of MásMóvil, or the case of Euskaltel, or the case of Play, or the case, there are, let's say, single market operations.
Yes.
And not only that. Also, for example, when we are talking about on all the transactions that we are seeing in the sector, not only on the stock market, but also on the private market, in terms of monetizing passive infrastructure assets, namely towers, is a very common case. What we are seeing is also investment in single type assets. Mm-hmm. And at the end, there is an element that complexity and simplicity also impacts into, let me put it that way, into the risk profile of the asset.
Yeah.
Okay. So at the end of the day, what investors are looking when they list in these kind of companies is flexibility. That was also the reason to understand why those companies came back or came to the market at the beginning. Also looking to have let's say, a liquid coin or a liquid asset in order also to play with it in its corporate or strategic decisions. No? But I would say that this is quite cyclical. No? And probably what we are going to see in the midterm is a lot of these assets coming back to the market if, let's say, if valuations are normalizing. No?
Yeah. Thank you, Fernando. Perhaps, and also, I mean, I'm looking at the chat, and Luc is coming up with a number of questions there, which I'm trying to address. And actually, it's also on the point you made, Camila, about the price of fiber. Sorry, the risk associated with the deployment of fiber. So in theory, and I don't want to prejudge, but if you try to think about it. There are, as with any risk, there is a potential, I'm not saying there is one, potential risk on the supply side, actually building the network, and there is a risk on the demand side. On the supply side, I guess we've been deploying fiber for a number of years now, so presumably the risk on that side is not greater than 10 years ago when we started to do that massively in countries like France or Spain and others. What about, you can still comment on that. Is there a risk on the supply side still today in spite of years of experience? And then there is perhaps the more, as far as I'm concerned, the more interesting question of the risk on the demand side, and fiber has been very popular in the south of, in like Spain, Portugal, France that never went through VDSL. So of course, if for most consumers, if you say, you've got your ADSL 2+, I've got a fiber for you, €5 more, do you want it? I'm not saying there is no risk, but that's the risk. And then now we're getting fiber in the north of Europe where VDSL has been deployed massively, and where the delta VDSL. So look, I'll keep wait before you fire on those chat. Let's see what people say, and then I'll take your next question. So, dear panelists, what do you think of these two risks, and particularly the commercial risk in Northern Europe? Is it there? Is it not there? Will consumers finally see the light and request their fiber, or should operators be worried that it won't sell like pancakes? Who wants to go? Brian, unmute yourself and go ahead. Yeah. Cannot hear you.
I'm participating in this call over VDSL, as it happens. And
oh, you were trying to make a point here. Okay, sorry.
Well, if it's good, it works. And that's not to say I won't be a fiber adopter, but there is a risk there, and there is definitely a linkage between what I pay for VDSL and what I'd be willing to pay for fiber. That's so I think there is a real risk in certain markets for certain consumer segments, which is, not to downgrade the potential of fiber, but to say that for many consumers may have found their experience was sufficient on VDSL.
Fernando, is this a worry? That when your job means that you speak to operators all the time, do they worry about the demand for VHCN, the demand for these upgrades that they will make into the fixed network?
Yes, no, the point I would say there is no question on the need for higher speeds and consequently for connectivity services based on fiber. Now, I would say that the question is not this one. Probably there is a question, and it is also impacting the market, is when this demand is going to be there in a plausible term, no? Because at the end, as Brian has been highlighting, he's maintaining this call or this panel through a VDSL connection. No? So in that sense, at some point there is a risk of, let's say, there is a risk of accelerating the deployment. There could be a risk. But also at the same point, I believe that risk is not coming just for the fiber adoption, because I tend to see the fiber as a pure, let's say, a structural change of the business, or structural change on the network, and it is driving other elements. It's not only, I would say, on the decision of the telecom players when deploying fiber. In many cases, it's not only just the improved quality of service. It is also, for example, elements like the savings to come from the commissioning of the copper network, elements like, for example, what is the competitive landscape and at which extent let's say, just from the commercial point of view, marketing point of view, at which extent leadership on service should be also an element to consider, not just the demand from the user and so on. No? But also, we have also to take into account when thinking on the different speeds of the different markets, another element, which is, again, I'm sorry for coming back to it, returns, and the first variable for the return is the cost of deployment. And not all the markets in Europe are having the same cost of deployment, and at which extent we are talking about the WACC on the copper, but also is really relevant the WACC on the civil works, which is exactly the, let's say, the facilitator of the quick fiber deployments.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, in some countries, we're talking about legacy, because the ducts were built a long time ago. And if I take Germany or other countries, this is something for the future to be built.
Yeah.
So,
but
again,
just one thing to add on this point, because at the end, when we are talking on legacy implies that there is a maturity for that, or there is at the end of the lifespan of that asset. Civil works by nature is not legacy.
Yeah,
and consequently the regulation to apply on it.
Yeah, I mean, a comment, and then I'll move to Bengt. Very interesting question. Luc is making the point that if there is a risk, why are incumbents such as Proximus in Belgium, I guess DT and BT building fiber? But I think you partly addressed that also. There are operational cost savings in not having to maintain the electronics in the street cabinets. You can lay off probably a few thousand people. And then Bengt Mollerit from PTS. Bengt is I think you're a former banker, Bengt. And he's asking the question of, would copper network that were built 50, 100 years ago would be built today if, well, the PTTs back in the days had the kind of shareholders we telcos have now. And more seriously, he's asking the question of I guess if I'm paraphrasing, whether, he seems to be envious that of the shareholders that the likes of Cellnex have, compared to the shareholders than traditional telcos have in terms of being able to take a long-term perspective? I mean, I read the question, but what does it mean? Do you want to elaborate on that? What is the difference in the shareholders of Cellnex? So Cellnex, as you all know, people on the call, is this, Spanish company that spent, what is it, 25 billion in the last 2 years buying up towers across Europe from Hutchison and others. And so what is the difference between companies such as Cellnex and in terms of their shareholders and the other more traditional telcos in terms of their shareholders? Do you want to go first, Ryan? Or
yeah. Just a contextual point is that it's easy to lose sight of the fact that it took a very long time to build the copper networks and to get the diffusion of telephony. If you look at the historical numbers, they are quite surprising. I'm not saying we're going to repeat that because we have a different market now, but it was a very slow process.
Mm-hmm. Fernando,
yes.
Sorry. Well, Fernando, perhaps first on explaining in simple words why what seems to be two different members of the same community of European telcos, why do they behave sovereignly? And apparently banks suggest that this is the explanation needs to be found in the nature of their shareholders, which are different.
I would say that let's say the shareholder structure of the companies, obviously there are other elements, but for example, in the case of the new infratelco players listed in Europe, the point is at the end, what these stories are offering to investors, and consequently, this is the type of investors that you find. No? And in that sense, what that the infratelco players are offering or try to offer, visibility on the cash flows, which at the end of the day is visibility on the valuation. And this is one of the elements that I was saying before on the, let's say, simple or simpler to value assets. No? And for example, at the end of the day, this kind of mutual funds, infra funds, which are very used to value long-term assets, on the infra side, motorways, airports, even electricity or gas transport networks and so on, they are really, let's say, familiar to the, let's say, valuation methodology on the let's say, infra telco assets. No, so in that sense, this is the reason to understand why we can find this different type of investors, for example, in these equity stories than, for example, in traditional telcos. It is true that telco tends to maintain the dividend profile, which is also relevant to keep on board these long-term investors, particularly.
So you're saying that an investor in a traditional telco has little hopes, unless he's very naive, to see the stock price rise, but he knows he's going to get his dividend at the end of the year. It's more or less certain, unless there is an earthquake or something.
That was particularly on the past. Okay, because it is true, and again, related with this element behind the fall of the sector as a whole in terms of capitalization, and at the end, the outlook for the sector has worsened. So particularly on the traditional telco players. When I say traditional, on the telco players as a whole. No? So in that sense. There is a lot of investors looking just for these dividend stories. Mutual funds, for example, could be a very good one. But it is also true that other short-term money investors are more present on the telco side, let's say hedge funds and so on, given as well the impact of many elements. For example, increase of competition in the domestic markets, forex exposure, elements that add volatility to the story, and there are investors playing that volatility.
Okay.
No?
Okay. Thank you very much. Another, helpfully, Luc made a short summary, but I think, in a way, not very honest, your summary, Luc, of the debate that preceded 10 years ago the adoption of your famous recommendation, Camila, on non-discrimination and costing. And this is, of course, what our community is eagerly awaiting from you in the coming months. And I mean, I don't know where you stand in terms of the timing when you will issue it. But can you, as a scoop perhaps for us this afternoon, share a bit of insight on what you have in mind for this review of this almost 10 years old recommendation? So people, we're talking here about basically one of the ways to achieve this liberation of fiber. We're talking equivalence of input, economic replicability test, and these sort of thing, which should in principle pave the way for reassuring investors in fiber forever.
I'm unmuted. Thank you very much. But before I do it, if you allow me, Philippe, I would like to come back to the issues raised also by Luke, because I think it's also a fair point to represent the views of operators which are not exactly from ETNO Association. I think, and I just to clarify on the issue of if there are specific risks or bigger risk concerning fiber than investment in copper, because I think this is very important and relevant point. Maybe starting again from the framework and from the code, the issue of risk-specific elements is very much linked in the country with the new investment network projects. And under the current circumstances, also as Fernando and other panelists were raising, I think the probability that we will see investments in copper is very, very low. So we are talking indeed here about investments in very high capacity networks, in particular in fiber. I think there are two different ways of looking into if these risks are indeed higher for the investments of fiber. On one hand, I think ECTA has some important input in the context of given the current situation that the fiber probably is no longer, or could be not so even risky like copper. If we look at the current situation, if you have the investor choice, shall I invest in copper or shall I invest it in fiber? Probably investment in copper would be riskier than investment in fiber under the current circumstances. So I see also here the point from Luke and from alternative operators, and we have also to admit that they know their business, because they are, as we see, very much also rolling fiber across Europe, and this should be fully acknowledged. So we are not talking only about the incumbents investments in rollout of fiber. However, when we think about the risk, as I said, we are talking about new investments. One element which is also a bit replying to one of the questions in the chat, how the situation is different now in terms of the rollout. One very important element, when the rollout of copper was happening, usually it was also requiring the rollout of ducts. Here, what we are doing also with regulation in the code, but also with the review of the BCRD, Broadband Cost Reduction Directive, we are really trying to ensure access to ducts. And this access also on the terms that are really allowing alternative investors and operators to be able to roll out if there is a capacity in the ducts. And I think this also is a bit of a game changer where the ducts exist, because it's also not always absolutely applicable. And the regulatory framework is also very much supporting regulation of and access to ducts very, very strongly, even to some extent the code is really encouraging regulators to, in first place, consider access to ducts if they want to regulate markets. And I think this is a bit of a game changer, or at least we see it as a game changer, which would allow bigger rollout on the lower cost. I'm not referring now to the current surge of the construction cost, which Fernando was mentioning, because this is related, but it's not in the essence of what I want to say. So finally, on this potential higher risk of fiber investments, I think we need to look into it. And this is what we'll be doing also under the review of access recommendation. We have some interesting evidence. Brian was mentioning Ofcom studies. Brattle Group, I think, quite recently published a very interesting study for Ofcom concerning basically saying that fiber network could have higher asset beta, for example. And this is based, according to them, on two elements. Basically, I'm looking if I remember correctly, and Silas might remind me. Demand, which was mentioned already here for fiber, which I also agree with Fernando that it might be still volatile, but it's coming. With the needs that we had seen during the COVID time, we really predict, and we also have been looking into it in the Commission, proposed new targets as we had seen for connectivity in the digital policy program. We see the need for de facto gigabit connectivity coming by 2030. So we see that this demand is coming, but demand is still a factor. We see countries where consumers, where users are much more inclined to invest in fiber. Sweden is one of the examples. Denmark. In Sweden, it's also quite costly. Anyway, it's a chosen form, and the copper market is really decreasing in the recent years. So where there is a choice of fiber, we see that consumers more and more often, depending a little bit on the countries, go for fiber. So this is a bit of question how this demand risk will perform in the future. And the potential high investment requirements for fiber, which, as I said, need to be balanced because there are also some regulatory steps to try to ensure that, for example, access to tax is relatively easy plus not so costly. So these are the elements, but for us, what we will be for sure looking into in the context of the review of access would be the business case, the competition that Fernando was referring to as well, on the markets, infrastructure competition. We might have, I think that the deployment of the projects in fiber will very much depend on what kind of the areas we are talking about. In urban areas, we see parallel deployments of fiber networks, cable networks. This is quite often seen. In rural areas, this is a bit different. So here we also have to take into account where these projects will be occurring. One very interesting example is again Denmark, where what we see enormous rollout of fiber. I think this is one of the countries with the higher rollout of fiber in Europe, but we don't see so much of parallel rollout of fiber. So it is, if there is a first mover, in this case, usually utilities companies, energy utilities companies, they roll out fiber and compete with already existing cable networks and with the incumbent DC, either on copper or on fiber. But usually, if you have this first mover advantage, in particular in the areas which are not per se urban, you don't see so much of the parallel deployment. But we have to observe the situation and see. So that's very short, a bit probably too long reply to the other questions. On the review of access, very quickly, yes, indeed, we are reviewing both recommendations.
You don't have to be quick on that. You can take.
I have to be quick on that because we cannot release too much at this stage. No, we are talking about review of both recommendations. I think you mentioned more NGA, next generation access from 2010, but we are also reviewing non-discrimination cosmetologies recommendation from 2013, if I remember correctly. And once again, Felipe, it's not Camila's recommendations. I was even not working on telecoms in that time. It's Commission's recommendations. But indeed, before my unit and also colleagues with other unit, with police unit, with Carlota unit, which is also dealing with the review of broadband cost reduction directive, which goes in parallel with this one, are working very closely and to make sure that these reviews come more or less with the same time frame, and also that they are compatible with each other, because they refer also to similar issues. Apart from very important topic that we were addressing today, so basically how the regulation of fiber, price regulation of fiber, will evolve in the future. The review of access recommendation will cover also other aspects. I think the most important reason why we are reviewing these recommendations is to adjust them to the new provisions of the code. So basically, we will look a little bit into bigger picture. By definition, we are talking here about remedies. So recommendation on the relevant market was looking very much on the necessity of regulating markets, while here we will look into the tools to be used by NRAs if the markets, if in case, and again, this is very important, the significant market power operator is found on the specific market, and we are not talking here about remedies in the different context. We are really talking about remedies in specific situations where indeed SMP can still be found, in particular on fiber markets. But as I said, this would be a little bit broader look than per se on the price regulation, although it is very important. We will look into the new framework. We will look into what the framework specifies. I mentioned already specific provisions where the lighter regulatory approach is envisaged, like co-investment council only. We do take it into account, and we have started to have some interesting cases in this regard. So we might try to reflect on this as well in the regulation and show a little bit how that changes regulatory approach. We are also looking, and we see more and more cases like this when the commercial agreements have impact on the market. Network sharing agreements might also have to be taken into account by regulators when potentially regulating the markets. And this is also we see more and more in the analysis of the national regulatory authorities of the respective markets. Then for sure, the aspects that we are planning to cover is, of course, all the aspects related to non-discrimination, which is very, very important. And I think it will remain important on the telecom markets for a foreseeable future. To the pricing regulation, but also looking into when the price flexibility is prescribed by the code per se, and when potentially cost orientation would still apply, depending a little, and we'll try to a little bit clarify, but not in order to bypass what is said in the code, but just to make a bit of indications of what we see and how we see the applicability of the very clear provisions of the code in this regard. We will look also into access to ducts, because this is, as I said, one of the novelties coming from the code, putting the emphasis on the regulation of ducts in first place. Here we also have to look into cost methodologies that are applicable, because this is also a very important element for the deployment of the networks. In terms of timeline, as I was saying to the BEREC stakeholders community, I think it was in the last autumn when we could still see each other in the room and not on link. I think it very much depends on proper assessment. I have to admit that this is one of the most difficult reviews that I have seen. We had a lot of work with the review of recommendation in the relevant markets. We had a lot of work when we were proposing delegated act on the euro rate. Still, this one is super complex. We have some evidence. We have study that we commissioned from Visionary Analytics. We have done consultation with the stakeholders. But as you see, even from this meeting, the views of the stakeholders are completely on two different sides of the spectrum. We want to take this into consideration, and we want to take into consideration as much as possible of the cases that we have been assessing in the last few years, because they are also very indicative of the trends. The planning is therefore that we will probably start with the consultation of BEREC when we have the recommendation and staff working document ready, which is not yet the case. Probably around the end of this quarter, beginning of the next quarter. We will also publish as usual, and this is also replying to the call from Luke to make sure that that stakeholders are consulted. We'll publish for the information of everyone what we are consulting with BEREC, what we are proposing to BEREC, and then we wait for the BEREC opinion. So I would say that adoption of this recommendation for sure is, and we would like to conclude it this year. We don't have legal deadline on this one, and as I said, it's a very complex exercise, and we want to do it right. It also a bit depends, as you mentioned, Philippe. My unit is also dealing with many other things, including all the notifications from NRAs on market reviews and remedies, and they are becoming more and more complex, but very, very interesting. So it also a bit depends on how. On the capacities as well here, if we can proceed very quickly with preparation, or if we will take a little bit more time.
Thank you, Camilla. So I hear that we can hope to have it for next Christmas under the tree. Is that what you sort of were saying? Thank you.
I will try to be quicker. Philippe, maybe I clarify. I will try to be quicker, but I can, as a Christmas gift, I can promise this to you as a gift before summer, probably.
Okay. Still, because we had written. I checked our internal notes at Cullen, and I say and QE2, Q2, and okay. So if it's still possible, Thank you. Now, I apologize to Richard Major. I had overlooked this question. Very good question, and perhaps Fadel, if you can perhaps help out. In case Fernando, Brian, you're not inspired by the question, but it's a good question. The question is, what is the sensitivity of the WACC on regulated prices? So basically, we can debate should the WACC should be 1% higher, lower, whatever. But what does it make to the price of local loop unbundling, the price of copper, local loop unbundling, or the price of duct access? I assume this is Mr. Richard major question. Who you want to? I don't know. Fadel, maybe you're the best in case Fernando. So the question is, what is the impact on an increase of the WACC or a decrease of the WACC on regulated prices? And in his question, which you can read in the chat, he's saying financial costs are basically relatively small compared to the amortization of the asset itself. I think this, if I translate, if I summarize the question, that's the gist of it. So watch.
If I may, actually the answer was given by Andret and Camilla, if I'm not mistaken. They gave an order of magnitude saying 1% of WACC represents 10 or 15% impact. So I think it's interesting to have that order of magnitude.
Thank you.
Broad one, not getting into the details. I would comment on that, saying that it's important for operators. That type of orders of magnitude is probably perhaps when you look at into the big picture from a consumer point of view, which is important. Probably not that much. So it's important to us, but perhaps I wanted to make an important comment there on when you look at the price of telcos compared to other utilities, and particularly having in mind what is going on the energy market throughout Europe. We are seeing significant increases in utilities. We have been seeing throughout the years actually an increase in the price of all utilities, except for telco prices, which have been declining. So it's really interesting to have in mind that what we are talking about is to be put into perspective from a consumer point of view. But from our side, it is very important. The 10 to 15% we are talking about is not negligible.
Sorry, I think have we lost you, Fadel? I think so. Yeah, it seems so. Well, we may, Fadel, we lost you for a few seconds.
A few seconds. No, actually, I hope you heard that. Well, the order of magnitude, we got it.
Yes, absolutely. Then, just a few seconds. Yeah.
And just to say that the order of magnitude is not so important for perhaps from a consumer point of view in particular, when you put it into perspective with the prices of other utilities, and in particular what's going on in the energy sector. But for us, that number is important.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Fadel. And thank you for me. I had missed that information earlier. I don't know what. There is a very interesting question from Pedro Fontes, addressed to Camilla, but I think it can, everybody is welcome to pitch in. Pedro heard you, Camilla, putting the emphasis on duct, the idea that regulators should first see whether competition can be restored in the market by merely mandating access to ducts and not worry about the upper layers. I think that was your point. And he said, should we have a WACC that is specific to ducts, you know? And you know, to be honest, I don't know how it was done, but I remember when regulators had different WACCs for termination on fixed, termination on mobile, universal service. I mean, you know, we can imagine different. I don't know. I have no idea how they calculated it, but certainly that's something that we have seen in the past. So the question here is there, you know, a rationale? I guess, is there a rationale, space for discussion, as Pedro puts it, for calculating a WACC just on the ducts? I mean, that's the question. Do you want? It's addressed to you, Camilla, but afterwards.
I see the question and I will try to answer it, but I see also Silas from my team in the call, so indeed he could help me. No,
yeah.
I read this question a little bit differently than you, Philippe, and there are two aspects in this question. One is what kind of the applicability of WACC notice or legacy notice to regulation of ducts. Which I can say that the WACC notice is not applicable to what we prescribe to per se ducts. We are talking about copper. So this is what I understood as the first part of the question. As to applicability of WACC in general to ducts, the pricing of ducts, yes, this is something that it's envisaged. But I think this question has second layer, which is very, very important, which is the issue of segmentation by business. And here, Silas might want to elaborate more, because we did recently had case notified by Irish authority where we raised serious doubts when the WACC was differentiated depending on ducts, depending on what kind of operator was concerned. I'm talking here about, on one side, the operator, or what kind of the access seeker was concerned, let's be, to be more precise. But I think, Silas, you know the case better than me, so please elaborate. And in this specific case, maybe just a last sentence, we had raised serious doubts on this. We raised comments on this. But Silas, you should probably.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Camilla. Like you said, on the Irish case, Comreg did notify differentiated WACC subject to whether it would be National Broadband Plan Ireland or let's say any other operator purchasing access to the ducts of the incumbent. And in our perspective, the WACC is seen of the investing entity. So let's say the incumbent in this regard. So it would be the risk faced in the market by the incumbent in this situation, and differentiating risk on businesses is not the, let's say, what the WACC is intended for. It's called the average cost of capital. So if you start to sort of divide it into specific businesses, you will end up in a situation which would be very strange and also outside of the scope of the intention. So moving the risk assessment to the individual business is not what was intended. For sure, if a, let's say, super stable, unrisky investor enters the market, that will affect the overall WACC. It may affect the overall WACC, and the overall risk in the market can, of course, be considered. But to give this one entity a specific, very low WACC, and the others maintaining the, let's say, relatively higher WACC, was certainly not within the bounds. And this was one of the reasons for opening the serious doubts in this specific situation.
Voilà. So we heard. Thank you for the comments on the Irish case. So there the major message was, you know, no differentiation of the price of access to the based on the identity of the access seeker. I mean, volume discount is perhaps another matter. But on Pedro's question, you say no, the WACC is for you know, an operator. It's not for a specific business in the operator. That's what you're confirming, both. Okay. Any comments from you know, Professor Eger? I mean, the notion that you could calculate a WACC for a particular asset within a company Is this something that makes sense to a finance professor, or?
Of course it does. We should always use the project WACC, right? So, and if we talk about different technologies, I mean, fiber has a different risk profile, and so has mobile investments, and you have firms that they are multi-project, they have all of this, right? So ideally, we should have a project WACC, and there's actually beautiful empirical studies that show that companies use a company WACC in their own calculation, and that misguides their investment decisions. They make wrong acquisitions. And that also applies to regulators, right? So regulators should use a specific WACC for the technology, right? So for the project. So, and I listened to what Camilla was telling us, right? So, I mean, there is a distinction between how the legacy assets are treated and how the new investments in fiber and the high capacity networks are treated. And a lot of this is a recognition there is specific risk profiles that come with technology, right? So, but what we would say, and that's all like you know, the finance academic community is like project WACC, and that should be in the case of telcos very much linked to technology, to markets, right? Sort of like what has been mentioned before. Camilla said it, competition risks. What Brian said, obsolescence risk, right? That you don't know when that technology would be obsolete by the next generation. Even though Camilla has said she doesn't believe that fiber is risk-free, more or less. I'm carrying, but that should be a project WACC. It should be for one sort of like technology, a type of network, but not per company.
Yeah, thank you, Uli. And just a point of information, where regulators, rightly or wrongly, let's not go into the debate, decide to regulate wholesale access to fiber throughout Europe, there is usually a fiber premium, which again, we can discuss what it is, but at least there is, this concept exists. And I will just to reassure you on the state of the debate in our sector. Fadel, you wanted to jump in on...
Yeah, thanks, Philippe. Just for the clarification question, actually, we heard from Camilla some reassuring words. Actually, if legacy is part of history and it is an outdated topic, then that's, I would say, good news. I just wanted to check and clarify whether in her mind, and in particular picking up on what Fernando Cordero said on the fact that debts are not legacy. Just to make sure that that we are in that approach, as it's very important. I don't know if Camilla can elaborate on her views on that and the clear distinction to be made with how legacy assets has been treated. Thank you. But if you can hear me, Philippe.
Yeah, sorry, Camilla. We have lost you again, Fadel, but I think you had finished your question. From the tone of your voice. I think you were at the, sorry, thank you.
Okay. I will try to answer, but indeed I didn't hear fully question from Fadel. So if I'm off the track, please let me know. Maybe I will just come back, Philippe, to what you mentioned first, because you mentioned the risk premium. That it's very widely used. Maybe just one important clarification. It is used, but it's not widely used on top of the WACC legacy calculation. So in terms of the notifications that we had seen in terms of VULA in the context of the FTTH, I think it was, if I remember correctly, 4 NRAs that were applying risk premium in this context. However, of course, the question of the risk premium, and that might be partially, if I understood the question from Fadel, is also something which we will look into in the context of the review of the access recommendation. This was in the existing recommendation. There are conditions and there is a bit of description on the issue when the risk premium could be applicable. But I think we need to look a little bit more closer on a potential little bit putting the guidelines how the risk premium on top of the legacy WACC in the context of fiber could be applied. Coming back to what Ulrich said, which is of course very important on the project-specific WACC linked with concrete technology versus company, I think it is very much relevant, but I have to also to admit that we were very much closely looking into it in the context, in particular, of what Kurt is saying. It is quite difficult to have project-specific WACC on specific project. And I don't think now it's per se the difference of technology, because to much extent, as I said, the investments in copper probably will not materialize. So we are really talking about fiber investments. And here it's more this differentiation between competition conditions, different type of areas, etc. And here we would try, which is I think already very difficult, to provide some further guidelines in the access recommendation. And I think, Fadel, part of your question was referring to the DACs and why we do not apply WACC to the DACs. I think this is a little bit, maybe my answer previous was misleading. We do not apply the WACC legacy notice to DACs. But indeed, we are looking, and this is also subject of the review of the access recommendation, into the issue of pricing of the DACs and potential cost orientation. You know, there was a lot of discussions on use of different methodologies in the context, in particular, in the context of DACs, in particular in the context of the Belgian regulation, but that was cable regulation. So, and we are also seeing some more notifications coming our way on this aspect. So this is something that we also reflect on in the context of access recommendation.
Thank you, Camilla. I'd like to return to Pedro, who asked the question that led to your explanation on the Irish case. But Pedro is again alluding to what we discussed earlier with Fernando. This is the fact that a number of telcos are divesting passive assets, and therefore, says Pedro, you know, the nature of the company is changing, and would that be affecting the WACC? And it Luc is making a comment saying that there shouldn't be a premium for fiber because the WACC of the company is the WACC of the company. And perhaps the two Pedro's question and Luc's question are perhaps part of the same thing. Is it so that the WACC should reflect, you know, the changing nature of a telecom operator? If you know, there is a radical change in the balance sheet, in the risk profile of the operator. I guess, I don't know whether it's a fair summary of Pedro's question and Luc's remark. Who wants to jump in? Fernando, do you want to start?
Yes, if I may, because at the end, one thing is quite clear is that the WACC reflects the, let's say, the business profile and consequently the risk profile of the company, no? And in that sense, for example, cases that we have seen in the sector already, where a company that has been materially deleveraging, how the implicit cost of capital has improved, because at the end the risk profile of the story has improved. In terms of what is the, let's say, what is the implicit WACC, for example, of new assets, or at which extent the ownership of the infrastructure affects to the WACC of the company. And for example, in many cases, if we can make the exercise of taking a telco operator using implicit cost of capital, or at the end multiples for the infra assets that they have, what we find is that the rest of the business has completely different, let's say, cost of capital or completely different multiples profile, which at the end implies on the WACC. So in that sense, let's say, yes, I believe that all these trends that we are seeing in the sector, selling passive infrastructure, and it's good, Philip, to differentiate between passive and active infrastructure. And secondly, also other elements like, for example, leverage, which is also another good discussion, on the telco sector, also impact on the WACC.
Thank you. And Uli, you on?
Yes, to your question, Philippe, I think part of the answer is what Fernando has said before, right? If the implied cost of capital of the industry has changed, that says us something. The operators in the industry are bundles of products, of technologies. So, and that sort of like, and the markets change in the importance, new things enter, others become less important. That's why we talk about legacy. So you would think this is reflected, right? You could think about considering the company as basically a bundle of different technologies and saying, you know, the portfolio of the products of these technologies is different across the sector. And I could tease out if I look at the change, right? The first thing you would want to check is the change in the implied cost of capital different for telcos than for other sectors. So that would tell you, indeed, there's something which is sector specific. And then you could, is it different for some firms than for others? In accordance to the technology change, that different in some. You could, in principle, like tease out something that comes closer to this project WACC, specific to a company. But you have a limited number of observations. The epsilon, the error term is important. So this is more, you know, you need to be very careful in practice that you're not including more errors than you had in past. But that's how you could approach to study the question of the project WACC for fiber.
Thank you.
And
Thank you very much, Uli. I'm looking at my watch, and I think we're probably getting towards the end of the seminar. And you know, as the moderator for the afternoon, I'd like to thank the Commission, first of all, Camila Silas, for helping us understand better what is probably not the simplest of your policies. I mean, compared to the rest of what you do, market analysis, I find this far more complicated. And our expert, Brian, Professor Egeuli, Fernando, it was really great to have you, Fadel, who came in and out, Annegret. I had a great afternoon. I hope. I don't know how many people are still watching. Anna, I hope they've not gone. But it was. I really enjoyed it. So I hope you guys did it as well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Philippe, for doing a really excellent job moderating this. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I have some problems with the screen. So thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers of both the roundtable and panel one. Also to the audience, which was really active and provided so many questions. I can see that the issue is still very, very controversial. I don't know whether anyone has changed their mind during this seminar, but it would be really interesting to kind of see whether people actually has been shifted towards one of the positions more than to the other. So in the aftermath of this seminar, we will publish, as I have mentioned earlier, on the website, both the presentations from panel one, as well as the recording of the whole event. So those of you who have missed, for example, one of the parts can always have a look at this later on. And just thank you very much for this learning experience. That's what it has been for me. So I will definitely be reading more about WACC in the coming months. Marit, would you like to say something as well?
Yes, just a big thank you to everybody, to the speakers this morning, this afternoon, to you, Anna, and Florence School of Regulation for being an excellent partner for this event, and also to Philippe for moderating this discussion in a very lively manner. So I think we had a very rich discussion. And as Anna says, I'm not sure we are yet really ready to conclude, but we will certainly be having some follow-up discussions on the basis of this morning and today. So thank you very much, everybody, and I hope the speakers and the audience enjoyed it too.
Thank you very much, and have a lovely afternoon and the weekend as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.